I am the Macabre. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from and what time are you watching now? Sit back and relax. Echoes of the Forgotten Pavilion. It was late at night when the email arrived, its subject line simple but cryptic, The Forgotten Pavilion. A group of 4 urban explorers, Ryan, Emma, Max, and Sarah, had spent countless weekends visiting abandoned hospitals, old asylums, and desolate factories. The thrill of uncovering lost places, finding remnants of the past that others had forgotten, had become their shared obsession. But this time was different. The message was unsettlingly direct and anonymous, accompanied by a map, a hand-drawn sketch with the location circled in faded ink. The address led to a derelict hospital deep in the countryside, a place that had been shut down decades ago under mysterious circumstances. It wasn't on any tourist guide or abandoned building list. No one really knew what had happened there. Emma, who had always been the cautious one, was the first to express doubt. "It doesn't feel right," she said, looking at the map on her screen. "Why now? Why us?" Ryan, on the other hand, was excited by the challenge. "That's the point," he replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "This is what we've been waiting for. Something no one has seen, something no one knows about. It'll be legendary." The others, less enthusiastic but still intrigued, agreed to go. Max, the newcomer, had only heard about their previous explorations through Ryan's social media posts. He was eager to fit in, to prove himself. Sarah, the practical one, shrugged. "I'm in. But if this goes south, I'm blaming Ryan." They all laughed, but a sense of unease lingered. The message in the email was oddly sparse. There was no explanation, no invitation to explore for fame or fortune, just a string of coordinates leading to a forgotten place. A hospital that no longer existed in any official record. It was as if the place had been erased. Ryan shrugged off the unease. "It's a prank or a deep dive into a forgotten place," he said. "But either way, it's an adventure. We'll find out what really happened there." The decision was made. They would leave the next morning at first light, packed with cameras, flashlights, and enough supplies to last a day. As they made their way to the coordinates, a chill seemed to settle over them. It was an unusually cold morning for late summer. The trees around the area grew thicker, the roads narrower, and the sun seemed reluctant to rise. The town that had once surrounded the hospital had long since faded, its structures reduced to ruins, the once bustling streets now ghostly quiet. The road they followed eventually led them to a large iron gate, overgrown with ivy and thick vines. The hospital itself loomed beyond, its windows shattered and broken, its stone walls weathered by decades of neglect. Yet, there was an unsettling stillness in the air, as if something was watching them. Max was the first to speak as he stepped closer to the entrance. "Isn't it too quiet?" he asked, glancing over his shoulder at the others. Ryan waved it off. "It's probably just old. Look at the architecture. This place has been abandoned for ages." Emma, however, felt something stir inside her, an instinct that urged her to turn back, but the others were already heading toward the entrance. There was no turning back now. They were already inside the gates. As they entered the building, the creaking of the door echoed through the empty halls. The smell of mold and decay filled their noses, thick and pungent. Dust floated in the air, catching the weak light of their flashlights. The walls were lined with peeling paint, and the floor was littered with broken glass, torn medical papers, and discarded equipment. It looked as though time had stopped here, frozen in a moment long past. But there was something else, something oppressive in the air. A feeling that they weren't alone, that the very walls of the building were watching them. Ryan, eager to begin exploring, pushed forward. "Let's head to the main hall," he said, his voice bouncing off the walls. "That's where we'll find the best stuff." The others followed reluctantly, their eyes scanning the dimly lit corridors, every step amplifying the eerie silence. The sound of their footsteps seemed to grow louder as they ventured deeper into the building, and Emma felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. She couldn't shake the feeling that the hospital wasn't just abandoned, it was waiting for them. The deeper they ventured, the more unsettling the building became. The hallways twisted in unnatural ways, and rooms seemed to stretch on longer than they should. Occasionally, they'd come across strange objects, old chairs, discarded shoes, and papers arranged as though someone had left them in a hurry. The further they went, the more they realized that this place wasn't just forgotten, it had been intentionally abandoned, its history erased from all records. No one spoke of it. No one even remembered it. And now they were here. Finally, they arrived at the heart of the hospital, the central atrium. The large, high-ceilinged room was dominated by a staircase that spiraled up into shadow. An unsettling noise echoed from somewhere above, a soft, distant sound, almost like whispers, but too faint to decipher. Max glanced nervously at the others. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, but no one replied. The whispers were gone, replaced by an eerie, deafening silence. Sarah looked at the others, her expression tense. "I think we should go back," she suggested quietly, but Ryan, as usual, was already on the move, heading up the staircase. "It's nothing. Let's see what's upstairs." As they made their way up the stairs, the sense of dread grew. The building seemed to groan and shift, as though something deep inside it was awakening. A cold breeze swept through the stairwell, and the whispers returned, clearer this time, but still incomprehensible. Emma's heart raced, her instincts screaming at her to leave, but she couldn't stop herself from following the others. The invitation had brought them here, and they were already too far in to turn back. Something waited ahead, and it was closer than they realized. The air in the hospital felt thick and stagnant as the explorers ascended the staircase. Every step seemed to reverberate off the walls, the sound too loud in the unnerving quiet. At the top of the stairs, they were greeted by a long corridor, its once pristine white walls now marked with grime and peeling paint. The floor creaked under their weight, as if the building itself was groaning in protest. Ryan led the way, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. The light revealed old medical charts scattered on the floor, some half-buried under dust, others soaked with age and moisture. It felt as though they had stumbled into a place that had been frozen in time, a relic from a past no one cared to remember. Max walked just behind Ryan, his eyes darting nervously from room to room. There was something disconcerting about how everything seemed so untouched. The hospital, while abandoned for decades, still felt like a place where people could be lurking, like it was never truly empty. He shivered despite the humidity that lingered in the air. "This place gives me the creeps," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Emma nodded in agreement, her heart racing. It wasn't just the decay of the building that unnerved her, it was the sense of abandonment, the oppressive stillness that made her feel like they were intruding on something sacred or cursed. The further they went down the hall, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The ceiling above them seemed to sag in places, as if the weight of the building was becoming too much to bear. Flickering lights cast strange shadows against the walls, elongating and warping as they passed. The group barely spoke, all of them lost in their own thoughts, each feeling an uneasy pull toward the unknown depths of the hospital. They reached a large door at the end of the hallway, its wood warped and splintered. It seemed to be the only way forward, but it was heavy, as if it had not been opened in years. Ryan pushed against it, and with a groan, the door gave way, revealing a large room beyond. Inside, the room was a mix of haunting and bizarre, a former ward, perhaps, but now reduced to an eerie ruin. Rows of empty beds lined the walls, their frames rusted and broken. Some were tipped over, others left standing but covered in layers of dust and grime. The air was thick with the smell of mold and decay, but beneath it, there was something else, something faint and unsettling. Emma's eyes wandered to the far corner of the room, where a small, dusty window let in a sliver of pale light. She could have sworn she saw something move. A fleeting shadow, just at the edge of her vision. She blinked, but when she looked again, the room appeared still. Her unease deepened, and she glanced at the others, but none of them seemed to notice. Max had begun poking around the wreckage of one of the beds, sifting through old sheets and torn blankets. He seemed fascinated by the decay, almost as if he had forgotten the discomfort that had settled in the pit of his stomach. "This place is a goldmine for history," he said, brushing dust from a disintegrating medical chart on the ground. "Look at this, guys. These records are decades old." Ryan moved over to join him, while Sarah inspected the walls, her hand trailing across the faded, yellowing paint. Something about the walls unsettled her, as though the stains were hiding something beneath them. It was then that Emma heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible sound. A faint tapping, like fingers drumming lightly against a surface. She froze, straining to listen, but the others were too absorbed in their own discoveries to notice. She glanced around the room, her heartbeat quickening. The sound came again, but this time it was closer, coming from the opposite side of the room. She turned to Max and Sarah, but they were engrossed in their findings, oblivious. She took a step toward the sound, her curiosity pushing her forward even as her instincts screamed at her to turn back. She walked slowly, the creaking floorboards beneath her feet making the silence even more pronounced. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the far corner, and Emma stumbled backward in shock. The room seemed to pulse with a strange energy, the shadows growing darker around them. Ryan spun around, his face tense. "What was that?" he asked, his voice sharp with tension. But before anyone could respond, the light from their flashlights flickered and dimmed, casting them into a near-complete darkness. Panic swept over them, and Sarah's breath caught in her throat. "I don't like this," she whispered, her voice trembling. The sound of their rapid breathing filled the room as the flickering light from their flashlights cast grotesque, shifting shadows on the walls. Ryan pushed forward, his determination refusing to let him acknowledge the growing fear. "Let's move," he urged, trying to mask the tremor in his voice. The group slowly began to move toward the door, their footsteps hesitant. As they turned to leave, Emma's flashlight illuminated the far end of the room. There, in the corner, was a figure, a faint silhouette, barely visible, standing in the shadows. Her heart stopped, her breath catching in her throat. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, motionless, as though waiting for something. A cold shiver ran down her spine as the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Max, still oblivious, reached the door first, but when he tried to push it open, it wouldn't budge. "It's stuck," he grunted, his face flushed with frustration. Ryan stepped up to help, but the door wouldn't give. It felt as though something was holding it shut from the other side. Emma turned back to the figure in the corner, but now it was gone, vanished without a trace. "Did you see that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Sarah glanced around, her brow furrowed. "There's nothing there." But Emma was sure of it. She had seen the figure. And now it was gone, leaving behind nothing but the oppressive silence. They finally managed to force the door open, but as they stepped back into the hallway, a strange, uneasy quiet fell over them. The whispers they had heard earlier seemed to grow louder, as though they were closing in around them. The building had shifted somehow, and now the hallway they had just come from no longer looked the same. The walls seemed closer together, The doors that once opened easily now stuck tight. They had no choice but to keep moving forward, but every instinct told them that the further they went, the deeper they were falling into something they didn't fully understand. The uneasy silence lingered as the group hesitated in the hallway, unsure of where to go next. The building seemed to stretch and shift around them, as if it were alive and watching. Ryan was the first to break the stillness, pushing forward with a mix of determination and fear. "We have to keep going," he said, his voice steady despite the knot in his stomach. "We're already this deep. We can't turn back now." Max and Sarah exchanged wary glances, but neither spoke. Emma, still shaken by the figure she had seen, followed reluctantly, though her mind raced with questions. What was that thing? And why had it vanished so quickly? The answers seemed just out of reach, like a shadow in the corner of her vision. They continued down the hallway, passing darkened doorways and rooms that felt as though they were hiding secrets. The flickering lights overhead cast long shadows across the walls, distorting their surroundings. Max stopped in front of one of the rooms, his curiosity piqued by the faint scent of antiseptic that lingered in the air. He peered inside, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The room looked like an office, or perhaps a waiting area, with old chairs and desks scattered about. But what caught his attention was the glass tank in the corner, cracked and filled with some kind of murky liquid. His heart skipped a beat when he saw something moving within it, an indistinct shape that shifted with unnatural fluidity. "Guys, look at this," Max whispered, motioning to the tank. The others gathered around, their flashlights illuminating the strange shape. For a moment, they all stared, unsure of what they were seeing. The liquid was thick and yellow, the shape inside barely recognizable. It seemed to twitch and writhe, as though something alive was trapped within. Emma felt a wave of nausea rise in her chest, her mind recoiling from the grotesque sight. "What is that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Ryan stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. "I don't know, but it's definitely not right." They all took a step back, the air suddenly feeling colder as a heavy sense of dread settled over them. Without another word, they turned and continued down the hallway. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to press in on them from all sides, and Emma could feel her pulse racing. Every step they took seemed to echo through the hallways, amplifying the quiet that enveloped them. It was almost as if the building itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. The whispers returned again, faint at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. They were harder to ignore this time, and Emma could swear that they were coming from somewhere deep within the building, somewhere they hadn't yet explored. Suddenly, a door to their left creaked open, and a cold gust of wind swept through the corridor. The door had not been there before they had passed it on their way in, and it had been closed. Now, it stood wide open, revealing a room that seemed impossibly large, its far corners lost in shadow. Without thinking, Ryan strode toward it, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. "This is it," he muttered to himself, as if the discovery of this room was the culmination of their journey. "We've found it." The others hesitated but followed, their curiosity piqued by his excitement. The room was like nothing they had seen before. It was a children's ward, or what had once been one. Rows of small beds lined the walls, each covered in tattered sheets and yellowed blankets. Old toys were scattered across the floor, broken dolls, wooden blocks, and rusted metal cars. The air in the room was thick with dust and decay, but there was something else, something more sinister. Emma's eyes were drawn to the far corner, where a small, faded painting hung on the wall. It depicted a group of children playing in a park, their faces smiling and carefree. But one child, sitting at the center, had a grin that seemed too wide, too unnatural. It sent a chill down her spine. Ryan moved deeper into the room, his flashlight sweeping over the floor and walls. "Look at all this," he said, his voice filled with awe. "This is incredible." But as he spoke, Emma thought she heard something else: faint laughter, the sound of children playing. She turned sharply, looking for the source, but the room was empty. The only sounds the creaks of the old building and the soft rustling of their footsteps. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Max frowned, glancing around. "I don't hear anything." But Emma could feel the weight of the moment, the sensation of being watched. She wasn't sure what it was, but she was certain she wasn't alone. A distant cry echoed from somewhere deeper in the building, and they all froze. It was a child's cry, sharp and desperate, but it quickly faded into a soft, haunting giggle. Sarah shivered. "What the hell was that?" she muttered. "There's no one here." Emma's heart raced, and she began to scan the room again, her flashlight darting from corner to corner. And then she saw it, a small figure standing at the far end of the room. A child, no older than 6 or 7, with disheveled hair and wide, hollow eyes. The figure stared at them for a moment before slowly turning and walking away, disappearing into the shadows. Emma gasped and stumbled back, her breath catching in her throat. "Did you see that?" she asked, her voice trembling. Ryan and Max looked at her, their faces pale. "What are you talking about?" Max asked, his voice shaking. "There's nothing there." But Emma was sure she had seen it. There had been a child standing in front of them, and now it was gone. She turned to Sarah, but the look of fear in her eyes confirmed that she had seen something too. "We need to get out of here," Sarah said, her voice shaking. "This place is wrong." They all nodded in agreement, but as they turned to leave, the door they had entered through slammed shut with a deafening bang. The sound echoed through the room, and for a moment they all stood frozen, staring at the door in disbelief. The room had changed. The once dim and shadowy corners now seemed to stretch impossibly far, and the beds, once mere relics, now seemed to hum with a faint, eerie energy. The toys on the floor shifted ever so slightly, as though something was moving them, something unseen. The laughter returned, louder this time, mixed with soft cries and whispers. A cold breeze blew through the room, sending a chill down their spines. Ryan turned back to the door, his heart pounding. "It's locked," he said, trying to push the door open. But it wouldn't budge. The room had become a trap. The door remained stubbornly shut, and despite their frantic efforts to pry it open, it wouldn't budge. The air in the room grew colder, and the laughter that had filled the space earlier now seemed to be circling them closer, almost as if it were mocking them. Max pushed against the door with all his strength, but it wouldn't give. "This is insane," he shouted, his voice a mixture of panic and frustration. The laughter continued, now accompanied by whispers, faint and eerie. Emma's breath caught in her throat as she realized that the whispers were speaking her name. She shook her head, trying to block it out, but it was impossible. The sound of her name echoed in the air, growing louder with each passing second. Sarah took a step back, her face pale as she scanned the room. "This isn't normal," she said, her voice shaking. "Something's wrong here." Emma could feel it too, an overwhelming sense of being trapped, as though the hospital itself was alive, feeding off their fear. The walls seemed to close in around them, and the shadows in the corners grew darker, more defined. There was something ancient and powerful in this place, and it wasn't going to let them leave. She turned to Ryan, who was still trying to force the door open, his brow furrowed in determination. But his face was ghostly pale now, and his efforts were growing more desperate. "Ryan, stop!" Emma shouted, but he didn't hear her. He was too far gone, consumed by the need to escape. The temperature in the room plummeted, and Emma's breath came out in visible puffs, the cold biting at her skin. She looked around the room, desperate for any clue, any sign of a way out. That's when she saw it, a small door, half hidden behind a stack of old medical supplies. It was barely visible, its edges obscured by the pile of forgotten objects, but it seemed to call to her. Emma's heart skipped a beat. Could it be an exit? She didn't know, but it was their only chance. Without hesitation, she grabbed Max's arm and yanked him toward the door. "Come on. We're going through there," she urged. Max hesitated, but when he saw the fear in her eyes, he nodded, his face grim. Sarah followed close behind, her footsteps hesitant but determined. Ryan didn't seem to hear them. He was still struggling with the door, now pounding on it with his fists, his face contorted in frustration. Emma glanced back at him, her heart aching, but there was no time to waste. She pushed open the small door, and a rush of cold air flooded the room. It led into another corridor, darker than the rest, the only light coming from the faint glow of their flashlights. The hallway stretched out before them, endless and narrow. Emma took a step forward, her senses on high alert. The further they walked, the more the whispers grew, now joined by a new sound, a soft melodic hum, like a lullaby, faint but haunting. It came from deep within the hospital, drawing them forward. Max, now visibly unnerved, looked at Emma and whispered, "Do you hear that?" Emma nodded, her heart racing. "It sounds like children," she said, her voice barely audible. They moved forward, drawn toward the sound. The hallways seemed to twist and turn, the familiar layout of the hospital now an impossible maze. It was as though the building itself was shifting, rearranging its insides, trapping them inside. Each corner they turned led them to more rooms, some empty, others filled with broken furniture and discarded objects, but none that provided an exit. The hum grew louder, the lullaby becoming clearer, more distinct, as though it were coming from the walls themselves. Finally, they reached a door at the end of a long hallway. It was different from the others, more ornate, as if it had once been important. The wood was intricately carved, but now the edges were worn and scarred. Despite its beauty, there was an overwhelming sense of dread that washed over them as they stood before it. Emma hesitated, her hand resting on the doorknob, her pulse pounding in her ears. The others stood silently behind her, waiting. The hum was louder now, almost deafening. She could feel her hands trembling as she pushed the door open. What lay beyond was a sight that froze them in place. The room was large, the walls lined with rows of small, decrepit beds, each one occupied by a shadowy figure. The air was thick with dust and the smell of decay, but it was the figures that caught their attention. At first, they thought they were just remnants of the past, ghostly shapes that had somehow been preserved in time. But as their eyes adjusted to the dim light, they realized that these figures were far from ordinary. They were children, pale, sickly children, their eyes wide open and staring at nothing. Their limbs were twisted, their faces contorted in agony. And the lullaby that had drawn them here seemed to come from the children themselves. Emma recoiled, her breath catching in her throat. What is this?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Max stepped back, his face drained of color. "These aren't children," he said, his voice low. They're something else. Something wrong." Ryan, still shaken by the events in the previous room, was the first to turn away. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Now." But as they tried to retreat, the door slammed shut behind them, trapping them inside. The room seemed to pulse with energy, as though the children's eyes were following them, seeing them in ways they couldn't understand. The hum of the lullaby grew louder, now joined by the sound of soft whispers, too faint to comprehend but chilling in their intensity. A cold wind swept through the room, blowing out their flashlights, plunging them into darkness. Panic set in, and Emma's breath became shallow. She could feel the children's eyes on her, could sense the malevolent force that lingered in the room. The air felt thick, pressing down on them, suffocating them. The whispers grew louder, the lullaby now a haunting chorus, as though the children were singing in unison. They were trapped, and whatever force had drawn them here was not going to let them leave. The room pulsed with an energy that Emma could feel deep in her chest. Every corner seemed to close in, the shadows of the twisted children's figures growing more defined, as though they were coming to life. The whispers and the lullaby filled the air, so loud now that it was impossible to think. Max tried to speak, but his voice was drowned out by the eerie chorus of voices and cries. He stepped backward, eyes wide with fear, as if the walls were pressing against him, suffocating him. Emma's heart raced. She turned toward the door, but it remained closed, the knob refusing to turn no matter how hard she tried. "We need to get out of here," Sarah cried, her voice breaking. But the room seemed to mock them, trapping them with no way out. Ryan, who had been quiet since they first entered the room, took a step forward, his eyes fixated on the twisted children. There was something in his gaze, something distant, almost mesmerized. "They're just children," he whispered. "They don't want to hurt us." His voice was soft, but it was clear that he wasn't speaking to them anymore. His mind was elsewhere, drawn into the phantom images before him. Emma reached out to grab his arm, but her hand passed right through him as if he were made of mist. Panic surged through her chest, and she pulled back, eyes wide in disbelief. "Ryan!" she screamed. "Ryan, snap out of it!" But Ryan didn't seem to hear her. His face was pale, his body still. He stepped closer to one of the figures, as though drawn by some invisible force. Emma's pulse quickened, and she pulled at his sleeve, desperate to drag him away. But as her hand touched his arm, a cold jolt shot through her. A sharp pain spread through her fingers as though an icy hand had gripped hers. She yanked back, heart pounding in her throat, but the sensation lingered. The room shifted again, its shadows seeming to stretch and writhe. Max's voice trembled behind her. "This place is wrong." He couldn't finish, as the whispers grew louder, suffocating him, drowning out his words. Emma's breath came in shallow gasps, her mind spinning. She could feel the walls closing in, the room becoming smaller, more suffocating with each passing second. The lullaby turned into an oppressive wail, the sound echoing in her skull. "We have to get out of here," she whispered, barely able to hear her own voice. But as she turned to look for another way out, the walls around them seemed to change. The door that they had entered through was now nothing but a dark, blank space. The room was shifting, becoming something else entirely. The shadows of the children stretched, their faces twisting into grotesque masks of pain. Their eyes locked onto Emma, and she could feel them piercing her soul, as though they were seeing into her very thoughts. Max's voice cut through the growing panic. "What is that?" he shouted, pointing to a figure in the corner of the room. At first, it appeared to be a shadow, but as Emma turned to look, she saw it clearly a figure, tall and thin, dressed in old-fashioned doctor's clothes. His face was gaunt, the skin tight against his skull, his eyes wide and vacant, like he had been dead for years. The man stepped forward, his feet making no sound on the floor. "No," Emma whispered, shaking her head. "No, no, no. Not him." The figure didn't speak, but his presence filled the room, and the temperature seemed to drop even lower. The others turned to see the figure too, their faces filled with dread as they took a collective step back. The man, who they now recognized as some sort of doctor, perhaps a former staff member, moved slowly toward them. As he drew closer, his lips parted, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too unnatural. "You shouldn't be here," His voice rasped, low and unnatural. "You're not meant to be here." Emma recoiled, taking a step back, but her legs felt like lead, as if the very air was pressing her down. The others were frozen in fear, unable to move. The doctor's gaze never left them, his eyes filled with an almost malevolent curiosity. Ryan, still entranced by the twisted figures, muttered something incoherent, but it didn't matter. The doctor turned toward him with a slow, deliberate motion, and his lips curled into a twisted smile. "He will stay," the doctor said softly, his voice as cold as the grave. "Just like the others." Emma's stomach twisted with terror as she realized the man wasn't just talking about Ryan, he was talking about all of them. "What do you mean, stay?" Sarah's voice was barely audible, but it held a tremor of desperation. The doctor's smile grew wider, his eyes flickering to the figures in the room. "This place is a tomb for souls," he said, his voice growing colder still. "Once you enter, you cannot leave." A sudden, deafening noise shattered the air, like the sound of glass breaking. Emma's heart leapt into her throat as she saw the walls of the room beginning to crack, long fissures snaking through the decaying plaster. The figures in the room began to twitch, their limbs jerking and contorting, as though they were coming to life. The children's faces twisted in silent screams, their eyes wide with an agony that Emma couldn't understand. The doctor's laugh echoed through the room, a harsh, cruel sound that seemed to reverberate off the walls. "You should have left when you had the chance," he sneered, his figure growing more and more indistinct, like a shadow dissolving in the light. Emma turned to Ryan, desperate to pull him from the trance he was in, but it was too late. The room was warping around them, the walls stretching and shifting into an impossible space. The door had vanished entirely, and the room now felt like a prison of the mind, the walls pressing in from all sides. Max's breath was coming in shallow gasps as he backed toward the corner, his face a mask of terror. "We're trapped," he whispered. "This is it. We're not leaving." The words hit Emma like a punch to the gut, and for a moment she felt her resolve falter. But then, with a strength she didn't know she had, she grabbed Ryan by the arm, pulling him toward the shifting walls. "We have to get out of here," Emma screamed, her voice raw with desperation. But just as she was about to turn back, the doctor's voice cut through the noise, sharper than before. "You will never leave," he said, his form now almost entirely dissolved into darkness, leaving behind only his voice and the faint scent of something rotten. "You belong to this place now." With those final words, the room seemed to close in entirely, the walls, the shadows, and the figures converging on them in a mass of writhing darkness. The room was closing in on them, its walls seeming to shift and pulse with an unnatural rhythm. Emma's chest tightened as she fought to breathe, the air growing thicker with every passing second. Ryan, still in some kind of trance, was unresponsive, his body limp as she tried to drag him away. The darkness seemed to cling to them, suffocating and relentless, as the whispers of the doctor and the twisted children filled the room. The walls seemed to be bending around them, the floor undulating beneath their feet like it was no longer solid ground. "We're trapped," Max whispered, his voice thick with panic. "We can't escape. This place, this thing, it's alive." His words felt like a heavy weight, and Emma felt it too, the crushing sense that this was no longer just an abandoned hospital. It was something far darker, something that would not let them leave. Sarah, her face pale with fear, tried to push past the shifting walls, her hand pressing against the warped surfaces. "There has to be a way out," she muttered, almost to herself. "We can't just stay here." But the walls didn't give, their surfaces now smooth as glass, impossible to break through. Emma's mind raced as she searched for any way to break free. That's when she noticed the door, the small one they had passed earlier, the one hidden behind medical supplies. It was there, barely visible through the growing darkness, but it was their only chance. Without thinking, Emma sprinted toward it, dragging Ryan behind her. Max and Sarah followed, their footsteps echoing in the unnatural silence. When they reached the door, Emma's hand shook as she grasped the handle. It was colder than anything she had ever felt before. But the door opened with a loud creak, and a burst of cold air rushed out to meet them. The temperature inside the room had dropped drastically, but Emma didn't hesitate. She yanked Ryan through the door, her heart hammering in her chest. The others followed, and as they stepped into the next room, the door slammed shut behind them with a deafening thud. The room they had entered was dimly lit, the flickering light casting eerie shadows on the walls. This room was different. It didn't have the same suffocating sense of wrongness that had plagued them before, but it was still unsettling. The walls were lined with shelves, filled with old medical equipment, jars of strange, preserved specimens, and forgotten records. The smell of chemicals hung heavy in the air, mingling with the musty scent of age. The floor was covered in dust, but there were footprints fresh, though faint, leading deeper into the room. Emma's eyes followed the tracks, her heart skipping a beat. She didn't want to follow them. She didn't want to know where they led. But something compelled her forward, a need to understand what had happened here, to make sense of the horrors they had encountered. "Where are we?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling as she took a step forward. "What is this place?" Emma couldn't answer. She didn't know. All she knew was that it was somehow worse than everything they had seen so far. The air felt thick, heavy with a history that pressed down on them. She glanced at the others, but their faces were all filled with the same confusion and fear. Ryan, though, remained silent. His eyes glazed over as if he were somewhere far away. Emma shook him, but he didn't react. Whatever hold the hospital had on him, it was stronger than she realized. He was slipping further away with every passing minute. Max, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke up. "I think we need to find out what's really going on here," he said, his voice low and steady. "This place, it's not just haunted. There's something far darker at play." His words hit Emma like a cold splash of water. He was right. The hospital was more than just a place of death, it was a prison, a place where something unspeakable had taken root. She had no idea what they were dealing with, but she knew they had to keep moving. They couldn't stop. Not now. As they moved further into the room, Emma noticed something odd. A large desk sat against the far wall, covered in yellowed papers and old books. There was a small metal safe beside it, its lock rusted but still intact. She approached it cautiously, the faint hum of the building's shifting energy echoing in the background. The safe felt significant, its presence almost like a challenge. As she reached out to open it, a sharp, cold sensation shot through her fingers, but she pressed on, determined to find something that would explain all of this. The lock clicked open with surprising ease, and Emma's breath caught in her throat as she lifted the lid. Inside the safe, instead of valuables or money, there were old files, thick, leather-bound journals filled with handwritten notes. She pulled one out, the yellowed pages crackling as she turned them over in her hands. The handwriting was erratic, slanted, as if the person had been writing in a hurry. The entries spoke of experiments of patients subjected to painful, inhumane tests, their bodies altered and tortured in ways that defied description. Emma's stomach churned as she read the details, the pages filled with descriptions of medical procedures that seemed impossible, as though the very laws of nature had been twisted to suit the whims of the doctors who had once run this place. This is all wrong," Sarah whispered, looking over Emma's shoulder. "These are experiments on the patients. They were trying to create something." The realization hit them all at once. The hospital had not been just a place for healing, it had been a place for something far more sinister. The experiments were designed not to cure, but to create new forms of life, new types of beings. Emma's mind reeled as the implications began to settle in. These experiments weren't just about science. They were about control, about turning people into something else entirely, something that could not be escaped. Max's voice broke through her thoughts. "We need to find out who was behind this," he said. "We need to understand what they were trying to do." He was right. They needed answers that might hold the key to escaping the nightmare they had stumbled into. But even as they gathered the journals and files, the building seemed to grow darker. The hum of the hospital grew louder, the air thick with the presence of something watching them, waiting for them to make a mistake. The walls seemed to pulse, and the distant echoes of footsteps began to grow closer. They weren't alone anymore, and whatever had been created in this place was far from finished. The room seemed to close in around them as they sifted through the journal entries and files, the weight of their discovery pressing down on them like an oppressive force. The air was thick with the stench of mildew and old, forgotten things, but beneath it, there was something else, something unnatural. Emma's mind raced, but it felt as though the room itself was spinning, as though the building were alive and feeding off their fear. Every page they turned, every detail they uncovered, only deepened the sense of dread that gripped their hearts. The experiments had not been confined to the patients. There were references to something darker, something that no one had dared to speak of directly. Emma's fingers trembled as she turned another page, the ink blurred and shaky as if the writer had been on the verge of losing their sanity. Max's voice broke the silence. "What were they trying to create?" he asked, his words heavy with unease. He leaned over Emma's shoulder, his eyes scanning the pages as if he could decipher the cryptic notes that seemed to suggest more than they were willing to admit. "It's like they were searching for a way to keep people alive, but not in the way we think. There are references to new life without the constraints of the human body." Emma felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. The implications were horrifying. These weren't just experiments, they were attempting to transcend death itself. She could feel the darkness of the room seeping into her thoughts, the pressure growing unbearable. "What does that mean?" Sarah's voice was small, almost fearful. She stared at the pages, her face pale as she processed the information. "Life without the human body? She stopped, unable to finish her thought. Emma felt the same way. The words on the pages seemed too impossible to comprehend, as though the doctors had crossed a line that no one should have ever dared to approach. "I don't know," Emma said quietly, her voice hoarse. "But whatever they were doing, it's still here." The room around them felt darker now, the shadows creeping closer as if the very walls were watching them. She looked around, but the flickering light from their flashlights cast only eerie shapes in the corners of the room. They were trapped in a nightmare, and it was getting worse with every passing moment. They needed to leave. They needed to find a way out of this cursed place before it consumed them entirely. But just as Emma turned to speak to the others, the sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway outside. The heavy, slow thuds were unmistakable. Someone or something was coming for them. Max's hand shot out, grabbing Emma's arm. "We have to go. Now," he said, his voice strained with panic. He was right. They couldn't stay here. They had learned too much, and whatever had been awakened by their presence was now hunting them. The footsteps grew louder, closer, as if whoever was coming was moving directly toward them. Emma didn't wait for another word. She grabbed the journals and shoved them into her backpack, her heart pounding in her chest. "Move!" she shouted, pushing past Max and Sarah toward the door. The cold air from the hallway hit her like a slap, but she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. They had to get out. The footsteps continued, closer now, unmistakable and heavy. The oppressive feeling in the room had intensified, as if the hospital itself were alive, its walls shifting and pulsating with some ancient, malevolent force. Emma glanced over her shoulder as she bolted down the hallway, but there was no one behind them. The footsteps seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere. The building groaned beneath their feet as they ran, the sound of creaking metal and wood reverberating in the hallways. The walls seemed to be closing in, the hallway stretching and bending in impossible ways, like a maze that had been designed to keep them trapped inside. Emma could feel the air growing thicker, the whispers from before returning, louder now, as if the spirits of the patients and doctors were calling to them from every direction. The temperature dropped further, and Emma's breath fogged in front of her face. There was something else, too, something worse. A low, guttural growl echoed from somewhere deeper in the hospital, sending a wave of terror crashing over her. Something was hunting them. They reached a staircase, but as they started to ascend, the building seemed to tremble beneath their feet. The lights flickered and died, plunging them into near total darkness. Emma's heart raced as she fumbled for her flashlight, but it wouldn't turn on. The batteries had died, just as they had in the room with the children. She could hear the others breathing hard, their steps echoing in the dark. Panic gripped her chest as the growl from below grew louder, closer. It was a deep, inhuman sound, like something not entirely alive, something born of the darkness itself. "Keep moving." Ryan's voice suddenly rang out, a strange, unsteady command. He had been silent for so long, but now his voice was sharp, almost frantic. Emma turned to look at him, but his expression was vacant, his eyes unfocused. It was as if he were in a trance, moving forward without regard for the danger around them. "Ryan!" Emma shouted, grabbing his arm. But when she touched him, a cold shock ran through her fingers. He didn't respond. He was slipping further away, lost to whatever force had taken hold of him. The growl grew louder, and Emma knew they didn't have much time. They reached the top of the staircase and found themselves in another long corridor, the air thick with the smell of rot. The growl was right behind them now, echoing off the walls as something massive and unseen moved toward them. They turned into another hallway, but the building seemed to twist around them, its architecture becoming more distorted, as if it were alive and shifting. The whispers grew louder, louder than ever before, drowning out everything else. Emma could barely think, her mind spinning with fear. They had to get out. They couldn't let whatever was hunting them get any closer. Suddenly, a door at the end of the hallway creaked open, the dim light from inside spilling into the hallway. The growl stopped. The whispers ceased. For a moment, there was only silence, and then, "This way," a voice said. It was quiet, soft, almost a whisper, but it was enough to make Emma freeze. Her heart skipped a beat as she turned toward the door. She didn't know why, but something compelled her to go inside. The others hesitated, but Emma didn't wait. She rushed toward the door, pulling the others with her, desperate for an escape from the horrors closing in on them. The door slammed shut behind them, and they were plunged into darkness once again. The room they had stumbled into was unlike any they had seen before. It was small, cramped, and utterly sterile, almost untouched by time. The walls were lined with more shelves, but this time the shelves were filled with strange devices, surgical tools, and what appeared to be dozens of glass vials filled with a dark, viscous fluid. A thick, suffocating silence hung in the air, and the faint hum they had been hearing earlier now felt like a tangible force, vibrating through the walls, the floor, and even their skin. Emma's hand trembled as she pulled the others closer into the room, the weight of the situation pressing on them from all sides. Whatever this room was, whatever they had uncovered, it felt like they had just stumbled into the heart of the hospital's nightmare. The door slammed shut behind them, and for a brief moment they were trapped in darkness. Emma fumbled for her flashlight, her fingers slick with sweat as she turned it on, casting a weak beam of light across the room. The shadows in the corners seemed to move as the light flickered, and Emma's pulse quickened. There was something about this place, something ancient, something wrong that dug into her very bones. "What the hell is this place?" Max whispered, his voice a mix of awe and fear. "This doesn't look like any part of the hospital we've seen before." His words sent a chill through Emma as she stepped forward, her flashlight sweeping over the shelves and the strange objects around them. On one of the shelves, Emma spotted a file, its edges frayed and yellowed with age. She reached for it, the sickening feeling in her stomach intensifying. As she opened it, she found a detailed account of an experiment titled Project Echo. The text was messy, some parts written hastily, others almost manic in their description. The goal of the project was disturbingly clear: to create a means of bringing back the dead, not through resurrection, but through the manipulation of the mind and spirit. It spoke of separating consciousness from the physical body, trapping it in a new form, one that was part human, part something else entirely. The more Emma read, the more she felt the room close in on her, suffocating her with the weight of the knowledge they were uncovering. "Project Echo," she muttered under her breath. "This is what they were trying to do. They weren't just experimenting on people. They were trying to create something else." Max stepped forward, looking over her shoulder at the papers. His face was pale, and his hands shook slightly as he touched the documents. They weren't just trying to cure people, they were trying to turn them into something else entirely. Something that could never die. The realization hit them all like a punch to the gut. Whatever the doctors had done here, they had crossed a line, and the consequences were still unfolding in the shadows of this forsaken place. Ryan, who had been silent for far too long, finally spoke, his voice distant. "I can hear them," he said, almost to himself. "They're waiting. They're all waiting for us." His eyes were wide, and his expression was vacant, as though his mind was no longer his own. Emma's stomach churned as she grabbed him by the arm, but when she touched him, a cold shock ran through her fingers. It was as if his body were made of ice, and for a moment Emma feared he was slipping away, lost to whatever malevolent force had taken hold of the hospital. "Ryan," she whispered urgently, but he didn't respond. His eyes glazed over, and he began to move toward one of the shelves, drawn to it as though in a trance. Max, sensing the danger, grabbed Ryan by the shoulder and yanked him back. "Snap out of it," he shouted, shaking him, but Ryan didn't even flinch. It was as if his body had become an empty vessel, controlled by something far more powerful. Emma's breath hitched as she realized that whatever the doctors had done to the patients, it had left an imprint that was still alive within the walls of the hospital. The building itself was a prison for their minds, trapping their consciousness in an endless loop of suffering and torment. And now it was trying to claim them, too. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble, the hum that had been vibrating through the walls growing louder and more oppressive. The room seemed to distort, the shadows shifting into forms that were barely recognizable. The air grew colder, and Emma could see her breath fogging in front of her. The whispers returned, rising from a low murmur to a deafening roar. They weren't alone in the room. The voices of the patients, of the twisted souls trapped here, were all around them, their cries and pleas merging into a cacophony of madness. Emma's chest tightened as she clutched Ryan's arm tighter, trying desperately to pull him away from the shelf he was now fixated on. But he was like stone, unmoving. Max, who had been backing away, turned toward Emma with a look of sheer terror. "What is that?" he gasped, pointing toward the far end of the room. Emma's heart skipped a beat as she followed his gaze. In the corner of the room, a figure stood, tall and indistinct, cloaked in shadow. It was watching them, its form shifting and changing with the flickering light. The air around it seemed to distort, warping the space itself. For a moment, Emma thought she saw the figure's face, pale, skeletal, with hollow eyes staring straight at her. A cold shiver ran down her spine. Whatever it wasn't human. It was something born from the experiments, a creature of the hospital's making. Ryan stirred then, his vacant eyes snapping into focus for the briefest of moments. "It's here," he muttered, his voice hoarse and broken. "It's coming for us." Emma didn't have time to react. The figure moved, its form warping as it surged toward them, its presence so overwhelming that the air seemed to crackle with electricity. Emma screamed, pulling Ryan with her as she backed away, but the figure was faster. It reached out, its cold hand brushing against her arm, and the instant it touched her, a sharp, searing pain shot through her body. Her vision blurred, and the world around her seemed to shift. She felt as if she were being pulled into another place, into something dark and endless. Max screamed as the figure's hand reached out for him as well. He shoved Emma aside, trying to run, but the figure was relentless. The walls closed in, the room itself contorting as though it was swallowing them whole. The whispers reached a fever pitch, and Emma's mind was flooded with voices of the lost, the tortured souls who had once walked these halls, now forever trapped in this place. She felt their pain, their anger, their fear, and it threatened to overwhelm her. "We have to get out," she shouted, but there was nowhere to run. The hospital had already claimed them, and there was no escape from its grasp. The figure loomed in the darkness, its form barely recognizable but full of palpable malevolence. Emma's heart hammered in her chest as she felt the cold presence pressing in on them, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The whispers grew louder, the voices of the lost souls echoing in her mind. They were all around them now, their cries and pleas mingling with the oppressive hum of the building. The walls felt like they were closing in, tightening around them, as if the hospital itself were trying to swallow them whole. Ryan had finally snapped out of his trance, but his face was pale, his eyes wide with terror. "It's not real," he whispered hoarsely. "It's not real, but it feels real. Why is it still here?" Max, his face twisted in fear, stumbled back, nearly falling over as he tried to move away from the creature. "It's coming for us," he gasped, his voice high with panic. "We need to leave now." But Emma could feel the overwhelming weight of the hospital closing around them, trapping them within its walls. The door they had entered through had vanished, and the hallway they had come from now seemed like an endless abyss. No escape. Only the figure in the shadows, its form shifting and warping, moving toward them like a predator closing in on its prey. It had no face, no real shape, just an ever-changing silhouette, its presence consuming everything. The creature's cold, distorted voice filled the room, deep and guttural. "You should have stayed out of my way," it rasped. Emma's heart skipped a beat as the figure's shadow seemed to stretch, reaching for them, its twisted form contorting into shapes that defied logic. She could feel the temperature drop even further, the air growing thick and heavy. The walls pulsed as though the building itself were breathing, its heart beating in time with the terrifying rhythm of the whispers that filled her ears. Her limbs felt numb, her body frozen in place by fear, but she knew they had no time to waste. "Get away from it!" Emma screamed, shoving Ryan toward the back of the room. They had to fight it, something. Anything. But their bodies were too slow, too stiff with terror. Max tried to move forward, but the figure was faster, moving through the room like a shadow born from nightmare. The light flickered again, illuminating the full extent of its grotesque form, a figure that seemed to be made of living darkness, its eyes glowing faintly like two distant embers in a storm. Emma could hear the growls, low and bone-chilling, reverberating off the walls. It was coming for them. "Why won't you die?" Ryan's voice cracked, his body shaking with fear. His eyes darted from the shadow to the doorway, but no matter where he looked, there was no escape. The creature's presence grew stronger, its unnatural energy pulling at their minds, threatening to collapse their thoughts into oblivion. The whispers were no longer just voices, they were the thoughts of the dead, the echoes of tortured souls who had once roamed this hospital, now bound in eternal suffering. Each whisper sent a chill through Emma's body, freezing her in place, as though something was reaching into her very soul. Max gritted his teeth and turned toward the shelves, frantically scanning the room for anything that could be used as a weapon. "There has to be something," he muttered, his hands shaking as they sifted through the jars and glass vials, none of which seemed capable of fending off a creature like this. Emma could feel the weight of their situation. This wasn't just a ghost or a spirit. This was something far more powerful, something born from the twisted experiments of the doctors who had once inhabited this forsaken place. It was alive in a way that defied logic, feeding off fear, trapping them in its world of suffering and death. Suddenly, a burst of light pierced through the darkness as their door appeared at the far end of the room. Emma's breath caught in her throat. It was too perfect, too sudden. Was it a trap? Her instincts screamed for her to run, but she couldn't stop herself. She grabbed Ryan's arm and pulled him toward it. "This is our chance," she shouted, her voice full of desperation. The creature roared, a sound that seemed to shatter the very air around them, and for a moment Emma thought they had made a terrible mistake. But she didn't have time to second-guess herself. They had to get out, or they would die here. Max hesitated, his eyes darting between Emma and the creature, but when he saw the door, he bolted forward. "We're not dying here," he yelled, his voice hoarse. The figure reached out, tendrils of shadow stretching toward them, but it was too late. They were moving faster now, adrenaline fueling them as they sprinted toward the door. As they passed through the threshold, the creature's screeching howl echoed behind them, and the door slammed shut with a deafening crash, cutting off the sound. They collapsed in a heap on the other side of the door, panting, gasping for air. Emma's heart was racing, and she could feel the pounding in her chest as though it would never stop. The room they had entered was small but familiar, a hallway that stretched in both directions. The hospital felt like a maze, like it was shifting again, rearranging itself to keep them trapped. The walls seemed to pulse, and the faint sound of footsteps echoed down the hallways. "We're not out of this yet," Sarah whispered, her voice raw. "That thing is still here." Emma stood, shakily supporting herself against the wall. "We need to keep moving," she said, her voice firm despite the fear still gripping her chest. They had no choice. No matter how far they ran, no matter how many times the hospital tried to consume them, they had to keep going. The horrors of the hospital weren't just confined to the building, they were alive in its very walls, and it was determined to make them part of its twisted legacy. They had uncovered something dark, something ancient, and the creature was only the beginning. They stepped forward, the shadows in the hallway stretching as if reaching for them. But this time, Emma knew one thing: they couldn't stop. Not until they found a way to end this nightmare once and for all. The hallway was eerily quiet after they escaped, but Emma could feel the weight of the silence pressing down on them. The walls were too still, the air too thick. She couldn't shake the feeling that the hospital was holding its breath, waiting for them to make the wrong move. Every step they took echoed, loud in the silence, and their feet felt heavier with each passing moment. The hospital had a way of warping perception, shifting the familiar into something unsettling. Emma could feel her mind start to fray under the strain, but she pushed forward, determined to find a way out before the building consumed them entirely. Max moved ahead of her, his eyes darting nervously from side to side as if expecting something to jump out of the shadows at any moment. His usually confident demeanor was gone, replaced by a kind of raw desperation that Emma could see in his every movement. He was no longer just searching for an exit, he was searching for any sign of life, any shred of humanity left within the walls of this cursed place. "We need to find the heart of this hospital," he muttered under his breath. "The place where they did all those experiments. If we can shut it down, maybe we can end this." Ryan, still pale and shaken, walked slowly behind them. His eyes were wide, and his hands were trembling slightly. It was clear he hadn't fully recovered from whatever grip the building had on him. Emma wanted to stop and comfort him, but there was no time. They couldn't afford to slow down now. "We need to finish this," she said softly, though her words carried more weight than she intended. The others nodded in grim agreement, and they kept moving, the oppressive weight of the hospital closing in around them. As they continued down the corridor, they passed rows of rooms, some with doors slightly ajar, others completely shut. The faint flickering of lights illuminated their path, casting long shadows that danced across the walls like specters. Each room seemed to hold a promise of terror somewhere behind those doors. A piece of the hospital's dark history was waiting to be uncovered. Emma felt a strange pull toward one of the open doors, her heart racing as if something inside were calling to her. She hesitated for only a moment before stepping toward it, her flashlight cutting through the darkened space. The room they entered was a stark contrast to the others they had explored. It was clean, meticulously organized, as though it had been untouched for years. The sterile white walls and the neatly arranged medical equipment looked almost out of place in the abandoned hospital. But the sense of wrongness didn't leave Emma. She moved to the center of the room, her gaze landing on a large, glass tank in the corner. It was filled with a dark, swirling liquid that glowed faintly in the dim light. Inside, she could see someone. The figure floated in the liquid, its body preserved in an unnatural state. Emma's breath caught in her throat as she moved closer to the tank. The figure inside was unmistakably human, but the body was deformed, its limbs elongated and twisted, its face a contorted mask of pain and terror. The features were so warped that it was difficult to make out who or what it was. But Emma felt a chill run down her spine as she realized that this wasn't just a preserved body. It was a failed experiment, one of many that had been carried out in the hospital's dark past. She could feel the weight of the twisted history pressing down on her, suffocating her with the knowledge that the doctors hadn't just created monsters, they had created people. Ryan stumbled forward, his eyes locked on the tank. "What is this?" he whispered, his voice hollow. "What did they do to these people?" Emma couldn't answer him. She had no words for what they were seeing. The figure in the tank was a grotesque mockery of life, a reminder of the horrors the hospital had unleashed upon its patients. And yet, Emma couldn't tear her eyes away. There was something alive in the tank, something that moved beneath the surface of the liquid, a faint pulse. The figure's chest rose and fell with shallow breaths, but there was no sign of consciousness, only an endless, silent agony. Max turned away, his face pale. "This is wrong," he muttered, his voice shaking. "This is beyond anything we've ever seen." Emma wanted to agree, but she was rooted to the spot, her mind racing. This was the culmination of everything the doctors had been trying to do. This was the heart of the experiment, the place where they had tried to turn death into something else, something unholy. She could almost hear the whispers of the dead in the walls, urging them to leave before it was too late. Without warning, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and the lights flickered again. The temperature in the room dropped, the air growing thick with the sense of something stirring. Emma looked up, her pulse quickening as she saw movement in the tank. The figure's eyes fluttered open, revealing hollow black orbs that seemed to fixate on her. The light above them flickered out completely, plunging them into darkness. The sound of the creature's breathing filled the room, slow, labored, but unmistakably alive. "Run!" Max shouted, grabbing Emma's arm and pulling her toward the door. But the room seemed to shift, the walls warping and distorting as if the hospital itself was responding to the presence of the figure. The door was no longer where it had been. The hallway outside was gone, replaced by a void of shifting shadows. Emma's heart raced as she realized they were trapped. The hospital wasn't just a building, it was a living entity, feeding off their fear, twisting reality to keep them inside. And now, it had them in its grasp. Ryan's voice broke through the growing panic. "We have to destroy it. We have to end this." His words were clear, but they sounded distant, as if they were being pulled away by the oppressive force that was bearing down on them. The figure in the tank was still watching them, its hollow eyes following their every movement. The growl from deep within the hospital echoed in the distance, growing louder. The creature they had fled earlier was closing in, its presence looming over them, pushing them toward the edge of madness. Emma felt a surge of determination rise within her, a spark of defiance against the terror that had enveloped them. They couldn't let the hospital win. They had to destroy the source of the darkness before it claimed them all. "We end this," she said firmly, her voice cutting through the chaos. "We find the heart of this place, and we destroy it no matter what it takes." The others nodded, their faces grim with resolve. It wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about stopping the horror from spreading. The Hospital of Laments. It was late on a Tuesday evening when Alex first heard the rumor. He had been out with a few friends, talking shop in a dimly lit bar when an older man, hunched over in the corner, overheard their conversation about ghost hunts. The man's eyes widened as he mumbled under his breath, "You don't want to mess with that place. It's cursed." He then fell silent, as if not wanting to say any more. But curiosity, always the sharpest among Alex's group, led them to press for more. After some reluctance, the man finally spoke again, his voice low and strained. "The Hospital of Laments," he said. "No one who goes in comes out the same." The name sent a chill through Alex, though he hid it well. Urban exploring was what he lived for: thrills, chills, and the discovery of long-forgotten places. But something in the old man's warning gnawed at him, lingering in the back of his mind as they all left the bar. Later that night, Alex texted Sarah, Jake, and Emma. "Hospital of Laments. We should check it out." Sarah was the first to reply. She had a fearless curiosity, the kind that always pushed the group further into the unknown. "Sounds perfect. Let's go." Jake chimed in next, the skeptic of the group, but always up for an adventure. Emma, the quiet one, took a bit longer, but she eventually agreed. They were a team, a close-knit group of friends bound by their shared thrill-seeking spirit. They always dove headfirst into the unknown, regardless of the consequences. The next day, they set off, not knowing that their lives were about to change forever. The hospital, as they had learned, had been abandoned for decades. It was located on the outskirts of the city, an old building that was left to rot in isolation after a series of mysterious deaths that had occurred within its walls. No one really talked about it, and the locals seemed to avoid the place as though it were a black hole in the middle of their town. But that only intrigued Alex more. There had to be a story buried deep within its halls, something darker than just a forgotten relic of time. As they neared the location, the building loomed ahead like an imposing giant, its jagged silhouette cutting against the darkening sky. The air around them seemed to grow heavier with each passing moment. It was a hospital, or at least it used to be, but now it was little more than a crumbling, rotting carcass. Windows were shattered, and the once white walls were covered in layers of grime and mildew. The feeling of desolation hung thick in the air, as if the place had been abandoned by not just people, but by time itself. "Do you feel that?" Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper as they stood before the rusted gates, their hinges creaking in the wind. There was an unnatural stillness, a sense of something that had been waiting. The air itself seemed to throb with a strange energy. Jake scoffed and shook his head. "It's just nerves. We've been to worse places," he said, trying to shake off the dread creeping up his spine. But even he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The silence around them seemed too absolute, too unnatural. It was as if the world had forgotten about this place, leaving it behind as a secret it desperately hoped would remain hidden. Emma stood off to the side, looking up at the hospital with wide eyes. She didn't say anything, but her silence spoke volumes. Alex felt it too, the pull of something dark, like the building itself was alive in a way, watching them, waiting. They pushed forward anyway. They always did. The front doors were locked, of course, but a side entrance had been left ajar, allowing them access. The hospital's interior greeted them with a smell of mildew and rot, a stagnant air that hadn't seen fresh life in years. The floors creaked under their weight as they stepped inside, their flashlights flickering uncertainly in the dark. The dust on the floor was thick, untouched by the world outside. But it wasn't just the dust that made the place feel suffocating. It was the palpable silence that surrounded them, as though the walls themselves had absorbed every sound, every breath taken in this forsaken place. As they moved deeper into the hospital, it felt like time had stopped. The wallpaper peeled away in long, grotesque sheets, revealing the bare bones of the building beneath. The halls stretched endlessly, and there was no trace of anything human, save for the occasional discarded object, a forgotten shoe, a crumpled piece of paper, an old syringe on the floor. But none of these things could distract from the overwhelming sense of dread that had begun to settle into their bones. "Do you hear that?" Emma's voice broke the silence, but it was barely audible, like a tremor in the still air. At first, no one responded, each of them lost in their own thoughts, their own growing unease. But then they all heard it, the faintest sound, like a whisper, carried on the wind through the empty halls. The whisper wasn't clear at first, just a murmur, but it was enough to make their blood run cold. Each of them froze, holding their breath, straining to hear it again. "It's nothing," Jake said, his voice unconvincing. "Just the wind." But they all knew it wasn't the wind. As they ventured further into the building, they came to a halt in front of a room marked "Reception." The door creaked loudly as Alex pushed it open. Inside, the desk lay in ruins, papers scattered across the floor like the remnants of some forgotten history. A single photograph sat on the counter, an old black-and-white image of a woman dressed in hospital garb, her eyes hollow and dark, staring back at them with an intensity that made Alex's skin crawl. "Who is she?" Sarah whispered, her voice shaky. Alex stared at the photograph, feeling a chill spread through him. The woman's eyes were too knowing, too aware, as if she had been waiting for them, waiting for someone to find her. But there was no time to dwell on the feeling. It was already becoming clear that they had stumbled into something far darker than they had imagined. The room was suffocatingly still, the air stale and heavy with the scent of mildew and decay. The old photograph on the counter seemed to stare at them, almost accusingly. Sarah picked it up carefully, the brittle paper crinkling as she examined it closer. The woman in the photo had a strange, unsettling presence. Her face was pale, eyes dark as though hollowed out, yet her lips were curved in a slight, almost knowing smile. "Who is she?" Sarah asked again, but this time, the question hung in the air with more weight. There were no answers, only silence, the kind that felt too thick for comfort. Alex stepped forward, his flashlight flickering. The shadows of the room stretched unnaturally long, distorting the already broken furnishings. Dust particles floated in the beam of light, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The desk, once a place for busy hospital workers, was now nothing more than a decaying shell, covered in layers of dust and grime. Papers were scattered across it, as though the place had been hastily abandoned in the midst of something important. Emma scanned the papers on the floor, her eyes quickly darting over the names and dates. Many of them were too worn to read, but there were a few that stood out: patient records, some marked with notes written in frantic, illegible handwriting. One sheet, partially buried beneath a broken drawer, caught her eye. The words "unexplained deaths" were scrawled at the top of the paper, followed by a list of patients who had died under mysterious circumstances. The room grew colder as she turned the paper over, revealing another unsettling note: "They never leave." "Unexplained deaths," Jake muttered, leaning in to peer over Emma's shoulder. His voice was low, almost a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the air itself. What the hell happened here? No one had an answer, but the deeper they looked, the darker the feeling in the pit of their stomachs became. It wasn't just the records that were strange. It was the sense of something else, something lingering in the background of this forgotten room. The hair on the back of Alex's neck stood on end. Something wasn't right here. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, as if the very walls of the building were alive and conscious of their presence. The temperature in the room seemed to drop further, and a gust of wind whistled through the broken windows, sending a shiver down their spines. They all turned, instinctively, toward the hall they had come from. The whispering began again, but this time it was louder, more insistent. It wasn't just a breeze or the wind. These were voices, faint but clear enough to send a wave of fear crashing over them. They weren't alone. The building wasn't empty, and whatever else had been trapped inside had been waiting for them. "What is that?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. There was a fear creeping into her voice now, a fear that none of them could deny. The whispers weren't just echoes. They seemed to be calling them, beckoning them deeper into the bowels of the hospital. Alex glanced around nervously, then back at the photograph in Sarah's hand. He hadn't seen anything like it before. There was something unsettling about the way the woman seemed to stare at them from the frame, as if expecting them to uncover the truth. But at what cost? Without a word, Alex motioned for the group to move on. They had to push forward, no matter how heavy the air felt or how thick the tension seemed to grow with every passing second. They couldn't let fear control them, not yet. They were urban explorers, after all. This was their element. But as they left the reception area, the door slammed shut behind them, as though someone had taken it upon themselves to lock them in. The sudden sound of it echoed through the hall, a deafening reminder that they were no longer welcome here. They moved down the hallway, which stretched on endlessly, the flickering lights above them casting erratic shadows that danced along the walls. Each step felt like it was leading them further into the unknown, deeper into the hospital's cold, dark heart. The whispering grew louder the further they went, and Alex could hear his heartbeat in his ears, louder than the voices themselves. He wanted to turn back, but that strange compulsion to go deeper, to see more, kept pushing him forward. As they walked, Sarah's flashlight swept over a set of old file cabinets that had been left open, some of the drawers completely pulled out and left to rot. She paused for a moment, casting a quick glance at the labels on the drawers. "Look at this," she murmured. The label on the first drawer read, "Patient Records Deceased," and the second, "Unexplained Causes." The contents of the drawers were a mix of paperwork, old medical instruments, and strange artifacts, nothing that belonged in a hospital, as if someone had been hiding things here. Sarah bent down to examine the contents closer, but Alex stopped her. "Don't," he said, his voice sharp. "We shouldn't be digging any deeper." Jake laughed nervously, brushing past them. "We've come this far. What's the worst that can happen?" The words hung in the air like a bad omen as they continued walking, deeper into the hospital's maze. Emma lingered behind, her eyes still scanning the room. She noticed something strange, a dark, almost imperceptible stain on the floor. It looked like something had been dragged across it, but it was hard to tell in the dim light. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up as she realized the stain wasn't old. It was fresh. They turned the corner, and suddenly, the hallway ahead of them seemed to stretch impossibly far. The walls seemed to close in. The once grand hospital now felt like a labyrinth of forgotten souls. They were walking through something alive, something watching them with an intensity that made their skin crawl. A feeling of dread settled over them, an oppressive weight that grew stronger with each step. Something was waiting in the darkness ahead, something they hadn't yet discovered, but they would. And when they did, it would change everything. The group moved cautiously through the hospital, their footsteps the only sound echoing through the seemingly endless air around them felt oppressive, thick with the kind of silence that made their every movement seem like an intrusion. Alex led the way, but with each turn, it felt like they were getting nowhere. The building stretched on, its corridors twisting and bending in strange angles, as if the hospital had no real shape or form, but was instead a shifting, living entity. The lights above flickered intermittently, casting harsh shadows that danced around them in an eerie waltz. Sarah's flashlight swung from side to side, illuminating forgotten signs and faded symbols on the walls. She felt a strange unease as they passed door after door, each more decayed than the last. Every corner seemed to bring them back to where they started, the same peeling wallpaper, the same rotting floorboards, and the same damp air pressing down on them. "It's like we're going in circles," Emma said, her voice quiet but full of fear. She had stopped moving, staring down the hall ahead, where the darkness seemed to grow thicker with each step. Alex turned to look at her, his brow furrowed. "We're not going in circles. The place is just massive. We'll find our way," he replied, though the doubt in his voice was apparent. He could feel it too, the way the building seemed to stretch on forever, the way each hallway led them deeper into an unknowable maze. But they had no choice. They had come this far, and to turn back now would mean giving in to something far worse than the unknown. As they walked further down the corridor, the whispers began again. At first, they were so faint that they thought it might have been the wind or the creaking of the old structure. But soon, they realized it wasn't just the wind. It was a voice. A low, almost unintelligible murmur that echoed through the hall. It wasn't coming from any one direction but seemed to surround them, creeping into their ears from all sides. "Do you hear that?" Jake asked, his voice trembling. He stopped in his tracks, looking around nervously. Sarah nodded, her eyes scanning the shadows. The whispering was getting louder, more distinct. They could almost make out words, but they couldn't quite understand them. Each syllable seemed to slip away before they could grasp it fully. Alex swallowed hard. "It's probably just the building settling. Don't get freaked out. We need to keep moving." But even as he said it, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. There was something wrong here. The building felt alive, as though it were breathing, watching them with a presence that was both invisible and undeniable. The more they walked, the more the sense of unease grew. They turned another corner, but what greeted them wasn't the next hallway, it was the same hallway they had just passed through. The walls looked identical, the same peeling paint, the same faded tiles on the floor. "Okay, this isn't right," Sarah said, her voice now shaking. "We've been here before. We're going in circles." "I told you," Jake muttered under his breath. "This place is messed up. It's like we're trapped in some kind of loop." His words hung in the air like a curse, the weight of them sinking in deeper with every passing moment. Alex turned to face them, his brow furrowed in frustration. "We just need to keep moving. We can't stop now." But deep down, he felt the pressure building, the sense of dread growing heavier by the second. Every step felt like it took them further into an inescapable void, and no matter how much they moved, they couldn't seem to escape the endless hallway that stretched before them. As they continued walking, a cold breeze suddenly swept past them, carrying with it the faint scent of something metallic, something rotten. The lights above them flickered violently, plunging them into moments of total darkness before flashing back to life. With each flicker, the shadows around them seemed to grow longer, more twisted, as if something was crawling just out of sight. The temperature dropped, and Alex could see his breath misting in the air. "I don't think we should be here," Emma said, her voice barely above a whisper. She was shaking, her wide eyes fixed on the hallway ahead of them. Alex turned to look where she was staring. The end of the hallway was impossibly far away, but it seemed to pulse with something unnatural, a presence that couldn't be ignored. The whispering had stopped, replaced by an overwhelming silence, a thick blanket that pressed against their ears. Suddenly, the lights flickered one last time and went out completely. The entire hallway was swallowed in darkness, and for a brief moment, they were completely blind to their surroundings. Then, just as suddenly, the lights came back on, but they weren't in the same hallway anymore. The walls were different now. The tiles faded and cracked in places they hadn't noticed before. They had crossed over, or had the hospital shifted again? "What the hell just happened?" Sarah gasped, her voice trembling. The others could only stare in disbelief as they tried to make sense of what they had just experienced. They hadn't moved, not really, but somehow they were somewhere new, somewhere far deeper into the building than they had ever intended to go. And as they took their first few hesitant steps into the new stretch of corridor, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were not alone. There was something watching them now, something that hadn't been there before. The whispers had returned, but now they were clearer, louder, more urgent. And this time, they were calling their names. The corridor felt narrower now, the walls pressing in on them with every step. The air was thick with a musty stench, the kind of smell that clung to the back of your throat and made it hard to breathe. They had been walking for what felt like hours, yet it seemed as though the hospital was endless, each turn revealing more of the same eerie, decaying hallways. But something was different now. There was an unmistakable sense of tension in the air, a heaviness that made every movement feel deliberate and charged with an unseen force. It was Sarah who noticed it first. She had been leading the group, her flashlight cutting through the darkness, when she came across a door that stood out from all the others. It was at the far end of the hallway, and though it was just like the rest, old, weathered, and covered in layers of grime, there was something about it that made her hesitate. The number 13 was scrawled in thick, red letters across the door, its shape jagged and almost as if written in haste. "Room 13, she murmured under her breath, the words escaping her in a soft gasp. A chill swept over her, a deep, unsettling sensation that gnawed at her gut. Alex, who had been trailing behind, caught up with her. He looked at the door, the red letters glowing ominously in the beam of his flashlight. "That's strange," he said, his voice tight. "I don't think I've seen any other rooms with numbers like that." He reached for the door handle, but something inside him screamed to stop. Despite the unsettling feeling creeping through his body, he pushed the door open. The hinges squealed in protest, the sound echoing down the empty hallway. As the door creaked open, the stale air inside the room hit them, a mix of decay, dampness, and something else, something metallic, like blood. The room was almost pitch black except for the faint sliver of light from the hallway, but the shadows seemed to deepen within. Sarah stepped forward cautiously, her flashlight illuminating the room in uneven, flickering beams. It was a small, cramped space, almost as if it had been forgotten, untouched by time. The walls were covered in peeling paint, and the floor was littered with debris, broken furniture, old medical equipment, and cracked tiles. In the far corner, a single chair faced the wall, as if someone had been sitting there, waiting. A feeling of dread hung heavy in the room, suffocating them as they stepped further inside. The atmosphere was thick with the sense that they weren't supposed to be here, that the room had been sealed for a reason. "What the hell is this place?" Jake muttered, his voice barely a whisper. He was looking around nervously, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. Why would they leave a room like this locked away? Before anyone could answer, a loud crash came from behind them. The door slammed shut with a force that rattled the walls, trapping them inside. Panic shot through the group as they spun around, trying to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. The knob turned, but it was as though the door had been sealed shut from the outside. They were stuck. "What's happening?" Emma cried, her voice full of fear. "We need to get out. Now!" She banged on the door with her fists, but it was useless. The air felt like it was thickening, pressing against them from all sides. The whispering from earlier began again, louder this time, but it was no longer just a murmur. It was sharp, urgent, as if 1,000 voices were speaking at once. Alex turned to the others, his face pale. "Stay calm. We're going to figure this out. Just stay together." But even as he spoke, he could feel the walls closing in on them. Something in this room was alive with an energy that pulsed through the air like electricity, crackling in the stillness. The floor beneath them creaked, and the temperature dropped noticeably. Emma shivered, clutching her arms tightly around herself. "I don't want to be here," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I don't think we're supposed to be here." Suddenly, the chair in the corner shifted, scraping against the floor with an eerie screech. The group froze. They stared at the chair, a creeping terror curling up inside them. It wasn't the wind or the structure shifting, it was something else. The chair had moved on its own. The air grew thicker with each passing second, suffocating them as the room seemed to warp and shift. Shadows danced unnaturally on the walls, stretching in ways that defied the light. Sarah stepped forward cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel a presence behind her, an invisible weight pressing against her back. She turned her head just in time to see something new, someone standing in the shadows just beyond the beam of her flashlight. It was a figure, faint but unmistakable. A person, or what used to be a person, with hollow eyes and a twisted expression. "Get out," the figure whispered, its voice a rasp that sent shivers down her spine. "Get out before it's too late." In that instant, the room seemed to collapse inward. The walls bent, the shadows surged forward, and the temperature plummeted to an unbearable chill. The group screamed, scrambling toward the door, desperately trying to escape. But the room held them tight, trapping them in its dark embrace. The darkness in room 13 seemed to press against them even after the door finally opened. They spilled out into the hallway, gasping for breath as they stumbled away from the suffocating atmosphere that had nearly crushed them. They moved quickly, not daring to look back, driven by the primal need to escape whatever presence had haunted them in that room. The hallway stretched before them, an endless maze of corridors that twisted and turned in ways they couldn't comprehend. But this time, there was a strange sensation pulling them forward, urging them to move deeper into the hospital. It wasn't until they turned a corner that they discovered what awaited them. At first, it appeared to be just another hall, but as they moved further, the air began to change. It was lighter now, not the stifling, heavy air they had grown used to. A faint, sweet smell lingered in the atmosphere, something floral, though it was odd, out of place in the decaying, forgotten building. It didn't make sense, but it beckoned them, guiding them forward. They rounded another corner and saw it hidden behind a thick layer of ivy and cracked stone, a garden. The sight was almost too surreal to believe. How could a garden exist in such a decrepit place? The plants were withered, their leaves brown and curled at the edges, but there was something strangely captivating about it. The garden was small, bordered by crumbling walls, with statues of angels scattered among the dry, cracked earth. Each angel had its face tilted downward, as though crying. Sarah, the first to step into the garden, felt a cold gust of wind stir the dead plants around her. This doesn't make sense," she murmured, crouching next to one of the statues. Its expression was carved in exquisite detail, deep sorrow etched into the marble features. But there was something off about it, something that made her feel as though the angel wasn't just weeping, it was mourning, as if it had been waiting for someone. Jake stepped closer, his eyes scanning the area. "This place isn't real. There's no way a garden should exist here. How is this even possible?" His voice was tinged with disbelief. He brushed his hand against a patch of dead roses, and for a moment it seemed like they might come back to life, the petals trembling at his touch. But then the flowers fell limp again, as if mocking him. Emma hesitated at the entrance, looking over her shoulder. "This place feels wrong. It's like it's alive." Her voice was faint, trembling. Her wide eyes scanned the surrounding area, watching the stone angels, their stony faces seeming to grow more mournful the longer she looked at them. "I don't know if we should be here." But Alex, ever the leader, stepped forward. "We've come this far. We need to figure out what's going on here. Maybe this is part of it." He walked into the center of the garden, but as soon as he did, a chill swept over him, sinking deep into his bones. The air grew thicker, and for a brief moment, the whispers from the hallways returned, now distorted and distant, as if coming from the earth itself. That's when they saw it, a figure standing just behind one of the statues, barely visible in the shadows. It was a woman, her figure almost translucent, her features hidden by a veil of black hair. The figure didn't move at first, but Alex felt her eyes on him. Who are you?" he asked, his voice trembling more than he would have liked. The woman stepped forward slowly, her face becoming clearer. Her eyes were hollow, empty of life, and yet they seemed to burn with an intensity that sent a wave of nausea through Alex's stomach. She spoke, her voice soft but chilling. "I need your help," she whispered, her voice a strange echo in the stillness of the garden. "I've been waiting for so long." The words hung in the air, their meaning elusive but heavy. Sarah took a step forward, her heart racing. "What do you mean? What do you need help with?" Her voice was cautious, but curiosity overcame her fear. The woman's lips parted in a sad, slow smile. "I am trapped here," she said. "I was one of the patients. I died in this place, but my soul remains. I am bound to this garden, cursed to wait for someone who can release me." Alex exchanged uneasy glances with the others. It was clear now that the hospital wasn't just haunted, it was alive with the spirits of those who had passed here. "How can we help you?" he asked, trying to keep his voice steady. The woman raised a thin hand, pointing toward the statue closest to her. "Find what's hidden beneath," she whispered, her voice almost drowned out by the eerie wind that now whipped through the garden. "The truth is buried there. You must uncover it." But as soon as she spoke, the air grew colder, the sky above the garden darkened, and the once mournful statues seemed to shift, their faces contorting into expressions of anger. The wind picked up, and the garden seemed to shift around them, the dead plants swaying unnaturally. Emma screamed, and before anyone could react, the woman faded into the shadows. The garden, once eerily beautiful, now felt like a trap, a place that had lured them in with false promises. The group stood frozen, fear creeping through them as the garden's secret, whatever it might be, suddenly felt much darker than they had anticipated. The garden, once an eerie sanctuary, now felt like a forgotten nightmare. The air was thick with unease, and every shadow seemed to move, pulling their eyes toward something just out of sight. The group, shaken but unwilling to turn back, moved quickly, their hearts pounding as they left the cursed garden behind. They didn't speak as they walked, each of them haunted by the vision of the woman and the mysterious garden. Every creaking floorboard beneath their feet felt like a warning, a reminder that they were deep in the heart of something far darker than they had expected. They reached a narrow hallway, its walls covered in cracked tiles and peeling paint, leading to an old elevator shaft. The metal doors of the elevator stood slightly ajar, as if inviting them to step inside. The faintest hum emanated from within, the sound of a machine that had long been abandoned yet somehow still alive. The flickering light above them cast erratic shadows on the elevator doors, which seemed to breathe in and out, as if the building itself were alive. "This is it," Alex said, his voice barely a whisper. The others turned to him, and for a moment he could see the doubt in their eyes. The elevator was an unknown and ancient relic of the hospital's past, and no one knew what it would hold. But they had come this far, and Alex couldn't shake the feeling that this was the only way forward. "What's the worst that could happen?" Jake muttered, though his tone was laced with anxiety. Sarah eyed the doors warily, her fingers tightening around the strap of her backpack. "I don't know if we should go in," she said, her voice shaky. "Something about this doesn't feel right. It feels like it's waiting for us." Despite the warning in Sarah's voice, Alex reached for the elevator doors. With a hesitant push, they slid open with a screech that echoed down the hall, as if protesting their intrusion. Inside, the elevator was small, its walls lined with tarnished mirrors that reflected their uneasy faces. The floor was covered in dust, the buttons for each floor faded and worn. The faint hum continued, a low, vibrating sound that seemed to vibrate through their bones. "We have no choice," Alex said, forcing a sense of confidence he didn't feel. "We need to find out what's really going on here." He stepped inside and pressed the button for the top floor, though the number of floors was unclear. Sarah and the others hesitated, but eventually they followed him, stepping into the dark, cramped space. As soon as they were all inside, the elevator jolted, as though it had come to life at their touch. The doors slammed shut behind them with a violent clang, and for a moment the only sound was the rapid beating of their hearts. Then, without warning, the elevator began to rise, moving slowly at first, then faster as if it were being pulled by some unseen force. The lights flickered above them, and for a brief moment they were plunged into darkness. When the lights returned, the elevator was no longer moving upward, it had stopped. The group exchanged nervous glances, the weight of the silence pressing down on them. "What the hell?" Jake muttered under his breath. Why did it stop? The air in the elevator had grown thick, and a strange pressure pressed on their chests as if they were sinking deeper into the ground rather than ascending. Alex pressed the button for the next floor, but nothing happened. The elevator remained still, an uninviting cage. Then, from the walls, the noise started. It was faint at first, just a tapping sound, like something small hitting the metal. But then it grew louder, rhythmic, persistent. The sound came from all sides, like something trapped within the elevator, waiting to be freed. The temperature dropped, and their breath misted in the air. Emma gasped, her eyes wide with terror. "It's coming from inside the walls." Before anyone could react, there was a sudden, deafening bang, a crash that rattled the elevator from its core. The lights went out again, plunging them into total darkness. The group froze, unable to move, unable to speak. Then, slowly, the lights flickered back to life, revealing something none of them were prepared to see. The mirrors on the walls were cracked, spider-webbed with fractures, but it wasn't just the mirrors that had changed. In the reflections, they saw figures standing behind them, ghostly shapes with pale, hollow eyes. They were pressed against the glass, their faces distorted, mouths open in silent screams. The figures were impossible to ignore, and it took everything in Alex's power not to panic. He turned quickly to face the wall, but the figures weren't there, only the empty, decaying interior of the elevator. Is this real?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling with fear. She reached out a hand toward one of the figures in the reflection, but the moment her fingers touched the glass, the figure smiled a twisted, malevolent grin that sent a shock of terror through her spine. "I think we need to get out," Alex said, his voice sharp. He rushed to the door, slamming his palm against the panel in a frantic attempt to get the elevator to move again. But the door wouldn't open. The tapping from within the walls grew louder, more frantic, and then a voice, soft, whispering, sounded from the darkness around them. "Help! Help me!" it said, the voice faint, distant, yet unmistakably clear. It came from the very walls of the elevator, as though it were coming from somewhere deep below, reaching out to them. The air became thick, almost suffocating, and the group pressed closer together, hearts racing. The tapping grew louder, joined by scratching, as if something was desperately trying to escape. The temperature plummeted, and with it, their hope. The elevator's unsettling ride had finally come to an end, depositing the group on a lower floor that seemed colder, darker, and more oppressive than the ones above. The air was damp, and the stale smell of rot lingered in the shadows. The fluorescent lights above flickered, casting erratic, ghostly glows on the peeling walls. They stepped out into a narrow hallway that smelled faintly of decay, the kind of smell that made their stomachs turn with an instinctive dread. The silence here was different, too a quiet that felt more oppressive, as though it absorbed sound rather than reflected it. "This place is a damn maze," Jake muttered, glancing around nervously. The hallway seemed endless, stretching before them with no clear direction. His voice echoed off the walls, but there was no reply. Not from the others, nor from the hospital itself. The temperature had dropped drastically since they entered the elevator, and every breath they took seemed to frost in the air. "We need to find a way out of here." Sarah rubbed her arms for warmth, her flashlight cutting through the dark ahead of them. "Stay close. We can't afford to lose each other down here." As they moved deeper, the hallway opened into a large, dimly lit room. At first, they couldn't tell what it was until the faint, flickering lights revealed the grim truth. It was the morgue. The room was filled with metal drawers, some half open, others completely shut, their handles twisted and rusted. There were stains on the floor, and the smell of formaldehyde mixed with something worse, something organic and rotting. The air was thick with the weight of forgotten souls, and the silence was oppressive until it wasn't. The whispering had started again, louder this time, swirling around them like a storm of voices, each one indistinguishable from the other but full of malice and pain. Jake, who had been walking ahead, suddenly stopped. "Did you hear that?" His voice was sharp, filled with fear. The others froze, listening carefully. The whispering had become clearer, almost intelligible. There was something almost human in the words, someone trying to speak through the suffocating silence of the morgue. "Please, help me." The voice came from within the room itself, its tone desperate, filled with suffering. The sound was so real, so close that it felt as though the spirit of the morgue was speaking directly to them. "Where's it coming from?" Emma whispered, her voice quivering with fear. She looked around frantically, but saw nothing except the metal drawers and the decaying remains of forgotten bodies. They had to find the source of the sound. Slowly, they moved deeper into the morgue. The room was freezing now, and a deep, unnatural chill seemed to rise from the floor itself. The walls were covered in dark stains, some dark and thick like dried blood, others lighter, more faded. Their footsteps echoed loudly in the otherwise silent room. Sarah shone her flashlight on a row of drawers to their left, and for a moment, the beam landed on one of the metal cabinets. It was slightly ajar, as though someone or something had opened it in a hurry. Alex felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He stepped forward cautiously, reaching out for the drawer's handle. As his hand touched the cold metal, the air seemed to tighten around him, pressing in on his chest like an invisible weight. The whispering had become unbearable now, its volume rising and falling with each passing second. There was something in that drawer, something waiting. Without warning, the drawer suddenly opened by itself, as if guided by an unseen hand. It slid out slowly, revealing a body wrapped in a white sheet. The body was pale and still, but it wasn't the body that made them all freeze. It was the face. The sheet had been pulled back slightly, and the dead man's face was twisted in an expression of pure terror, his eyes wide open, staring directly at them. His mouth was frozen in a silent scream, his skin pale and stretched tight across his bones. "Oh my God!" Emma gasped, stumbling backward. The body, though it had been dead for years, seemed to be looking directly at them. Its eyes followed their every movement, and a cold, hollow sound rose from within the morgue, as if the body was trying to speak. Alex stepped back, his breath quickening, his heart pounding in his chest. He didn't want to look away, but he couldn't tear his eyes off the dead man's face. Sarah turned to the others. "We need to get out of here. Now." She was shaking, her face pale with fear. But before anyone could move, the air in the room shifted. The temperature dropped further, and with it, a low growl rumbled from the darkness beyond the rows of drawers. It was deep and guttural, filled with raw, animalistic anger. The air around them seemed to vibrate, and the walls of the morgue groaned in protest, as if the room itself was coming alive, rebelling against their presence. The body's eyes locked onto Alex now, its gaze unblinking, unrelenting. It was as though it could see into his very soul. Then, slowly, the body began to shift. The arms, once limp at the man's sides, moved with unnatural jerks, and the mouth stretched open, revealing teeth, sharpened and gleaming in the dim light. A deep, guttural scream erupted from the body, and before Alex or anyone else could react, the corpse lunged forward, its arms outstretched, reaching for them. The morgue erupted into chaos as the body lunged forward, its limbs jerking unnaturally. Alex barely had time to react before it was on him, its cold, clammy hands grabbing at his shoulders, its mouth opening wide in an inhuman scream. The others screamed too, stumbling backward as the dead man's body rose up, its muscles contorting in grotesque ways. The air in the morgue grew heavy, thick with the smell of rot and the stench of death. "Get off him!" Sarah screamed, grabbing a metal tray from a nearby counter and swinging it at the body. It made contact with the dead man's chest, but he didn't flinch. Instead, he let out another horrific shriek, pushing Alex toward the floor. The others scrambled, trying to find something to defend themselves with, but the morgue was filled with nothing but the decaying remnants of long-dead patients. Alex's heart raced as he tried to shove the body away from him, but the corpse's grip was like iron. Its eyes burned into his, the dark pupils staring unblinking into his soul, and for a split second, he felt the crushing weight of despair, as though he were being dragged into some abyss. The body's skin felt like ice, and with each movement, it seemed to become more and more alive, its dead flesh twisting and writhing as if it were trying to escape its own form. "Help me," he gasped, struggling to free himself. Jake, shaking but determined, rushed to his side. He swung a rusted metal pipe at the corpse, connecting with its skull with a sickening crack. The body staggered back, but it didn't fall. Instead, it let out a low growl, its mouth snapping open and closed like a hungry animal, eager for more. Emma screamed from across the room, her face pale with terror. "We need to get out of here. Now!" She rushed toward the door, but as she tried to turn the handle, she found it wouldn't budge. The door was stuck, the metal resisting her efforts as if it too had become part of the trap. Alex's mind raced. They had to escape, but it seemed impossible. The dead man wasn't the only threat now. The morgue itself was closing in, the shadows growing darker, the walls seeming to press in on them with a suffocating force. The whispers had returned, louder this time, filling the space with voices that hissed in their ears, mocking their every move. With a final, desperate push, Alex managed to break free from the corpse's grip. He stumbled backward, gasping for air, his heart pounding in his chest. But the body didn't stop. It wasn't satisfied. It lunged at him again, and this time, its sharp teeth scraped against his arm as it tried to sink them into his flesh. He cried out in pain, but before it could bite down, Jake slammed the metal pipe into its skull again, knocking the corpse back for just a moment. "This is insane," Sarah shouted, her eyes wide with panic. "What the hell is happening here? Why won't it die?" The body paused for a brief moment, its twisted face twitching. Then, with a shrill shriek, it launched itself back at Alex, faster than before. But just as it was about to reach him, something changed. The lights overhead flickered violently, and a gust of cold air blew through the morgue. The corpse froze in place, its limbs locking into rigid stillness, its expression one of torment. For a moment, everything was silent. The lights flickered one last time and then steadied, casting a cold blue hue over the room. The body collapsed to the floor, unmoving. The air in the morgue shifted, the weight of it suddenly lifting, though the smell of decay still clung to their skin. The whispers had stopped, replaced by an unsettling stillness that made the group feel like they were being watched. "What just happened?" Emma whispered, her voice trembling as she took a step back. "Is it over?" Alex was still breathing heavily, his chest tight from the struggle. He looked at the body on the floor, now motionless and silent. It was hard to believe that only moments ago it had been a force of terror, alive with an unnatural hunger. But the question now was, what had stopped it? What had caused it to freeze like that? Jake was the first to move. He cautiously stepped toward the body, gripping the metal pipe in his hands, ready for another attack. But as he approached, he saw the corpse's eyes still wide open, but now dull and lifeless, its once human expression twisted into something far more monstrous. Something about the way the body lay there, lifeless and still, felt like a warning, like it was waiting for them to make a mistake. "We can't stay here," Alex said, finally finding his voice. "Whatever's happening in this place, it's not just spirits. There's something worse." He turned to the others, his face grim. "We need to get out of here, and we need to find out what's really going on. This place, it's not done with us." They turned back toward the door, but the silence that had filled the morgue made the space feel even more ominous. The door still refused to open, and every movement felt wrong, as if the hospital itself was growing restless. They had to keep moving. They had to confront whatever evil had taken root in the building before it consumed them all. They couldn't afford to stay in the morgue any longer. The dead body, though seemingly lifeless, weighed heavily on their minds, as did the twisted, otherworldly energy that still hung in the air. The temperature remained unnaturally cold, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen, as if watching them. Alex's heart was racing, and he could feel the oppressive weight of the hospital pressing in from all sides. It was as if the building itself was alive, breathing and pulsing, unwilling to let them go. They pushed on, their steps quick and desperate as they navigated the dark hallways of the hospital. The flickering lights above offered little comfort, casting long, distorted shadows that danced around them like mocking ghosts. They needed answers, needed to know what kind of malevolent force was driving them deeper into this nightmare. There had to be something hidden beneath the surface, something darker and more sinister than they had imagined. "I can't take much more of this," Sarah muttered under her breath, her voice tight with fear. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with exhaustion and terror. "We've seen enough. We need to get out of here." She had always been the most pragmatic of the group, but now her nerves were starting to fray. Every corner they turned seemed to bring them closer to the heart of something terrible, something that wanted to claim them. "Hold on," Alex said, his voice firm. "We're almost there. We have to understand what happened here. Why this place is like this." He was trying to keep his fear under control, but even he could feel the pressure building. They had all seen things that no one should ever have to experience, things that no rational mind could comprehend. But there was no turning back now. They reached the old administrative office at the far end of the hallway. The door was slightly ajar, and a dull light leaked from the cracks around the frame. Hesitant, they stepped inside, only to be met with the sight of old filing cabinets and scattered papers, much like the reception area they had passed earlier. But something was different here. The air felt charged, as though the truth was waiting for them to uncover it. At the center of the room was an old desk, covered in dust and cobwebs. A single lamp sat on the corner, its light flickering weakly, casting long shadows that made the room feel smaller and more claustrophobic. Behind the desk was a large ledger, its pages yellowed and brittle with age. On the desk, an old photograph caught Alex's attention. It was a group photo of hospital staff, taken sometime in the early 1900s. In the front row stood a woman, her face obscured by shadows, but her eyes, those cold, hollow eyes, stared back at him. It was the same woman they had seen in the photograph earlier. "That's her," Alex whispered. His breath caught in his throat. "The woman from the photo. She's here, in the building." His heart skipped a beat as the full weight of her presence seemed to wash over him. He didn't know how he knew, but somehow he could feel that she was watching them, waiting for them to uncover her secret. Sarah stepped forward, reaching for the ledger. As she flipped through its pages, her eyes widened. There were names, dozens of names, marked with strange symbols and dates of death. Many of them had died under mysterious circumstances, but there was something else. The last few pages of the ledger were filled with cryptic notes, written in a frantic hand. Words like fire, revenge, and trapped were scattered throughout, and there was a chilling message at the end. The fire did not end here. The souls remain, bound by their torment. "What fire?" Sarah asked, her voice shaking. "What is this?" Alex felt his stomach tighten as the pieces began to fall into place. The fire must have been the cause. The hospital was closed after a fire, but they never told anyone the full story. The patients, they were trapped inside, burned alive. But their souls didn't leave. They stayed here. They were left to suffer, to be bound to this place forever. The whispers had returned, louder now, swirling around them as if the building itself was speaking. It was almost impossible to make out the words, but there was no mistaking the tone. It was filled with anger and anguish. The spirits of those who had perished in the fire were reaching out to them, desperate to make their suffering known. The truth was more horrifying than any of them could have imagined. The fire hadn't killed them. It had only begun their torment. "What can we do?" Jake asked, his voice trembling as he backed away from the desk. "How do we stop it?" Alex turned to the others, his face grim. "We can't stop it, but we can give them peace. We have to find a way to release them." The weight of responsibility hung heavy in the air. They had uncovered the truth, but it had come at a terrible cost. The spirits were angry, and their wrath was far from over. They had to finish what they had started. They had to find a way to put the souls to rest. And they had to do it before the hospital claimed them too. The revelation of the fire's true horrors weighed heavily on their hearts, but there was no time to mourn. The hospital's darkness had seeped into every corner of their minds, twisting their thoughts, urging them to find a way out. The spirits, those souls trapped by the fire, left to burn in endless agony, were growing more restless, their presence pressing in on the group from all sides. Alex felt it most acutely, the cold fingers of their suffering brushing against his skin, creeping into his thoughts, suffocating him with their grief. "Alex, what now?" Sarah's voice trembled as she stood by the door, her eyes darting nervously toward the hallway. The building felt like it was closing in around them, its walls pulsating with an unseen force, drawing them deeper into its clutches. "We can't stay here much longer. The spirits, they're everywhere. They're angry." Alex swallowed hard, his throat dry. He knew she was right, but what else could they do? They had uncovered the truth, the key to the hospital's curse, but it felt as though the deeper they delved into the mystery, the more tangled they became. The spirits needed peace, yes, but how could they give it to them when the whole place seemed determined to keep them locked in? "We need to find the source," Alex said, his voice steady despite the weight of the situation. "The place where the fire started. It's the only way. The spirits, those souls, they're tied to the fire, to the destruction. We have to put it out, for good." "But how do we do that?" Emma asked, her eyes wide with desperation. "How do we stop something like this?" She looked around, as if the answer would somehow reveal itself in the cracks of the walls or the flickering lights above. "We don't even know where the fire started." Jake looked down at the floor, his face pale and drawn. "We need to find a way to break the cycle. The spirits aren't just angry. They're trapped. They're tied to the fire, to the building itself. Whatever happened, it wasn't just a physical fire, it was something darker." Alex turned toward the back of the room, toward the hallway that stretched on into the unknown. The whispers had never stopped. In fact, they had only grown louder, swirling around them like a windstorm of despair. He felt their cold hands brush his skin, each whisper clawing at his mind, urging him to listen, to understand. There had to be a way to free them. "There must be something in the records," Alex said, moving toward the files scattered on the floor. "The truth. It's in here somewhere." He grabbed a handful of papers, scanning them quickly. Most of them were indecipherable, written in hastily scrawled handwriting or faded ink. But then one page caught his eye. It was an old letter, dated the night of the fire, and it was addressed to the hospital director. The letter spoke of a ritual, a dark ceremony performed to ensure that the souls of the patients would remain bound to the hospital. It was a twisted attempt to keep the dead under control, to turn their agony into something that could be wielded as power. The ritual was meant to stop the spirits from rising, from seeking revenge, but it had failed. The souls had been trapped, their anger growing over the years, festering in the dark corners of the hospital. Alex held up the letter, his hands shaking. "This is it. This is what we need." He looked up at the others, his face determined. "We can end it. We can release them, but we have to perform the ritual to reverse the curse." The group exchanged uneasy glances, each of them processing the weight of what Alex was saying. The ritual was their only hope, but it also felt like their last, desperate gamble. To break the curse, they had to confront the very thing that had caused the suffering in the first place, the source of the fire. But where would they find it? And more importantly, would they be able to perform the ritual before the spirits claimed them? "We'll need to find the heart of the fire," Alex continued, his voice unwavering. "Where it all started. It's the only way to undo the damage." The group nodded in silent agreement. They had no choice but to move forward, to face the terrifying unknown that awaited them. The hospital was alive with the sound of whispers, and the temperature seemed to drop with every step they took. But they pushed on, determined to find the truth, to end the suffering, no matter what the cost. As they walked down the hall, the door they had come through earlier slammed shut with a deafening bang. The building groaned in protest, as if it were alive, fighting back against their intrusion. The air grew thick with the presence of something malevolent, something ancient, and Alex felt a shiver crawl up his spine. They were nearing the heart of the hospital, now the place where everything had begun, the epicenter of the fire that had claimed so many lives. They reached the old stairwell that led down into the bowels of the building, a place that felt forgotten, buried beneath years of dust and decay. It was dark, and the walls seemed to close in around them, suffocating them with their oppressive weight. The whispers were louder now, almost deafening, urging them on. They had come too far to turn back. And as they descended into the depths of the hospital, Alex could feel the weight of the spirit's anger pressing down on them, demanding that they finish what they had started. At the bottom of the stairs, they found themselves in a large, open room, a basement long abandoned and forgotten. In the center of the room was a strange symbol, drawn in chalk, worn and faded with age. This was it, the heart of the fire. The ritual had begun here, and it was here that they would finish it. Now or never, Alex whispered, looking at the others. Let's give them peace. Whispers in the darkness. Jack stared at the glowing screen of his phone in the dim light of their shared living room. An unknown number flashed on the display, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood up instinctively. It wasn't unusual to get calls like these. A lot of people reached out with tips about abandoned places to explore. But something felt different this time. Something about this call gnawed at him, pulling him into a sense of foreboding he couldn't shake. He answered, his thumb pressing the green button with a slight hesitation. The phone crackled, and a voice on the other end emerged, soft, whispering, like it was coming from the depths of a grave. "Come to St. Augustine's Hospital," the voice urged, each word soaked with a strange urgency. "The secrets are waiting. You won't leave the same." The words sent a chill through him. It wasn't a voice he recognized, and it didn't sound like anyone he knew. He was used to pranks, but this one felt different, darker, almost as if the voice were warning him rather than inviting him. Jack's pulse quickened. "Who is this?" he asked, trying to steady his voice. His friends, Emily, Mark, and Rachel, all watched him curiously from the couch, sensing his unease. But the voice simply chuckled in response, low, ominous, and then the line clicked, the call abruptly ending. He stared at the screen, wondering if he'd imagined it. "Probably a wrong number," he muttered, but his words lacked conviction. His eyes met Emily's. She raised an eyebrow, her arms crossed over her chest. "You're not seriously considering going, are you?" she asked, her tone dripping with skepticism. Emily had always been the practical one of the group. While the rest of them reveled in the thrill of exploring abandoned places, hospitals, factories, even old asylums, Emily liked to have a logical reason for every step they took. Yet, Jack couldn't deny the excitement that stirred inside him at the thought of St. Augustine's. He had heard rumors about it, a place shrouded in darkness, a hospital that had been abandoned decades ago after a string of mysterious deaths. "I have to," Jack said. He wasn't sure why. It was as though the voice had called him personally. He had to know what secrets the old building held. What could it hurt? After all, they had been through worse. "Let's just check it out. If it's a bust, we leave. No harm done." Rachel, sitting beside Emily, grinned at the challenge. "I'm in. Think about it, this place is legendary among urban explorers. I've seen photos of the hospital, and the stories are insane. We'd be fools not to go." Mark, ever the risk-taker, chimed in from the corner, his eyes lighting up. "You know I'm all for it. What's the worst that could happen? We get a few scares, some creepy footage, and will be legends on YouTube. Jack hesitated only a moment longer before nodding. They were in. It had been a while since they'd found a challenge that had excited them this much. The decision was made. They would go. As the group gathered their equipment and prepared for the trip, Jack couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for them, something far darker than they could have imagined. But the thrill of the unknown pushed aside his hesitation. They had faced dangerous places before, but this felt different. There was a foreboding in the air, as though the very earth itself was holding its breath, waiting. The air grew colder as they approached the rusted gates of St. Augustine's Hospital, standing ominously against the darkened sky. The building, hidden away in a forgotten part of town, was an eerie silhouette against the moon. Overgrown vines twisted around the gates, and the faint, creaking sound of metal against metal echoed as the wind blew through the broken walls. It was as though the hospital was trying to push them away, warning them to turn back. "All right, here we are," Jack said, his voice quieter than usual. He fumbled with his flashlight, the beam flickering in the growing darkness. Emily rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed with the dilapidated structure before them. "This is where the urban legends begin, huh?" she muttered, glancing around at the forgotten streets. "You're not getting cold feet, are you?" Mark asked, his voice dripping with a mix of amusement and challenge. "Come on, we've done worse. We've handled worse." He tugged open the rusty gate with a loud groan, and the others followed him in. The metal gate protested at every move, but eventually it gave way, swinging open with an unsettling squeal. As they made their way up the cracked path leading to the main entrance, the feeling of being watched intensified. It was as if the building itself was alive, its windows like dark, hollow eyes following their every movement. Each step they took toward the looming door felt heavier, the oppressive weight of the hospital's past pressing down on them. The front door of St. Augustine's Hospital was a massive thing, its wood warped and chipped, with a lock long broken and rusted. Jack pushed it open slowly, and the door creaked loudly, echoing in the silent night. Inside, the smell hit them immediately, a sour, musty odor that seemed to come from the very walls. A heavy dampness clung to the air, and they could almost taste the rot on their tongues. The flashlight beams bounced off cracked tile floors and faded walls, where remnants of old medical equipment and remnants of forgotten lives remained scattered. Empty hospital beds lined the hallways like ghostly relics, their metal frames rusted and bent, abandoned by time. It was as if the hospital had been left in a hurry, the hallways frozen in place with secrets that refused to be uncovered. As they ventured deeper into the hospital, the atmosphere shifted, growing colder by the minute. The silence was unbearable, no hum of fluorescent lights, no distant sounds of life. Only the faint, distant echoes of their own footfalls reverberated through the empty halls. It was as though the building was holding its breath, waiting. Something was here. Something unseen, but present. Jack led the way down the hallway, his flashlight illuminating a nurse's station to the side. Old paperwork was strewn across the desk, yellowed and brittle. On the far wall, there was an old wooden cabinet, its doors slightly ajar. Mark stepped forward, curiosity getting the better of him, and opened it. Inside, they found a nurse's diary, tattered and covered in dust, but still legible. "This is it," Jack whispered, taking the diary from Mark's hands. The worn leather cover felt cold to the touch, as if it had absorbed the cold of the years it had sat there undisturbed. As Jack flipped through the pages, the handwriting was clean and controlled at first, but gradually, the entries became jagged, erratic, almost as if the writer's mental state was deteriorating. "I thought I saw them today," one entry began. "They walked the halls after hours, whispering, begging to be let out. But when I try to speak to them, they disappear into the walls. The patients aren't the only ones here. They never left." The words seemed to leap off the page, the weight of them settling over the group like a heavy fog. They continued to read, their attention fixated on the diary's haunting contents. It wasn't long before they reached the final entry, a smeared page that seemed hastily written in what appeared to be blood. I can hear them in the walls now. Their voices are growing louder. They're waiting for me. The sentence trailed off, the ink spreading across the page as if the nurse had tried to escape whatever was inside. Suddenly, the group froze. A low, distant sound echoed from down the hallway footsteps. Slow, deliberate, and unmistakable. They all turned toward the sound, hearts pounding in their chests. But there was no one there. The hallway was empty, and the footsteps faded as quickly as they had come. For a moment, it felt as though the hospital itself had shifted, as though it had grown alive, conscious of their presence. The air grew even colder, and a whisper seemed to slither through the walls, barely audible but unmistakable. The temperature around them dropped, and Jack could feel a shiver run down his spine. It wasn't the wind, it was something else, something unseen that had begun to creep into the room with them. The group stood in silence, the hairs on the back of their necks standing on end, each of them struggling to breathe through the rising tension in the air. The group stood frozen, their eyes locked on the darkened hallway ahead of them. The echo of footsteps still reverberated through the air, although no one was in sight. Jack's heart thudded in his chest, the sound loud in his ears. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice barely a breath. The others nodded, though none spoke, the unease growing like a thick cloud around them. Rachel was the first to break the silence, a nervous chuckle escaping her lips. "It's probably just the building settling," she said, her voice shaky. "Old buildings do that, right?" Her words felt hollow even to her, as if she were trying to convince herself more than the others. The tension in the air felt suffocating, and the silence seemed too loud in its own way. They pressed on, moving cautiously down the corridor. The dim light from their flashlights flickered with each step, casting long, eerie shadows on the walls. The air grew heavier, thicker with each passing moment. Every footstep felt too loud, too deliberate, as if the hospital itself were listening to their every movement. And yet, the halls remained empty. But the footsteps returned closer now, louder. They weren't echoing from somewhere distant anymore. They were right behind them. Jack whirled around, flashlight beam dancing across the hall, but there was nothing there. "What the hell?" Mark muttered, his hand instinctively reaching for the camera strapped around his neck. "No way we're the only ones here." The sound stopped. For a moment, there was only silence again, thick and oppressive, as though the entire building was holding its breath. Rachel exhaled sharply, her nerves on edge. "Let's just keep moving," she suggested, her voice tight. "We're probably just hearing things. Maybe it's animals or something." But Jack wasn't so sure. Something about the way the footsteps had followed them, the way the air shifted when they stopped, made him feel like they were being hunted. "We're not alone," he said softly, more to himself than to anyone else. The others looked at him, their eyes wide with fear, but they said nothing. Mark stepped forward, his voice suddenly shaky. "I'm not staying in here with whatever's following us," he said, his words rushing out. "I'm going back." He turned quickly, but before anyone could stop him, he bolted down the hallway. The rest of the group stood motionless, unsure what to do. They had all heard the footsteps too real to be a figment of their imagination, but none of them wanted to be the first to leave. Jack's stomach twisted as he watched Mark's retreating figure disappear into the darkness. The footsteps came again, now in front of them. Heavy, deliberate steps echoed off the walls, growing louder and louder with each passing second. It was impossible to pinpoint the source. The hallway stretched out before them like a void, swallowing the sound until it seemed to be coming from every direction at once. Without warning, a door slammed shut at the far end of the hall. The sound of the door's impact echoed through the building, sharp and jarring, making the group jump. The noise lingered for a moment, leaving the air still vibrating with its intensity. It was almost as if something had been shut away, something that didn't want them to leave. The air around them seemed to grow colder again, and Jack felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. "We need to go now," Emily whispered, her voice quivering. The group didn't argue. There was something in her tone that made it impossible to ignore, the urgency in her words more chilling than any of the footsteps. They turned quickly, retracing their steps toward the exit. But the path that had seemed so clear before now seemed to stretch on endlessly, like the hallways had begun to shift. The exit was nowhere to be seen. Every hallway they turned down seemed to loop back on itself, every doorway leading them deeper into the labyrinth of abandoned rooms. A low whisper crept through the walls, barely audible but unmistakable. The sound was faint at first, like a soft murmur and unintelligible language that seeped into their minds. And then, from the darkness, the footsteps returned, faster now, closer, too close. There was no longer any doubt in Jack's mind. They weren't alone, and whatever was following them was getting closer. The hallway felt like it was closing in around them as they hurried through the hospital, the oppressive silence now broken only by their panicked breathing and the relentless echo of footsteps that seemed to follow them at every turn. They were no longer sure if the building itself was shifting or if it was their minds playing tricks. All they knew was that the exit seemed farther and farther away with each step they took. Emily was the first to notice it. In the distance, through the fog of their fear, she saw a faint light. It was coming from a doorway just ahead, a soft flickering glow that didn't seem to belong in the desolation of the hospital. Her heart pounded in her chest as she motioned for the others to follow. "This way," she said, her voice trembling but determined. "There's something in there." They stumbled toward the door, unsure what they were about to find. As they stepped inside, the first thing that struck them was the smell, the heavy, cloying scent of something metallic mixed with a faint fragrance of old incense. It felt wrong, as if they had stepped into a place that had long been abandoned yet was still holding onto a piece of its past. The dim candlelight that filled the room cast flickering shadows on the walls, creating ghostly figures that seemed to move in time with the flickering flames. The chapel was small but grand in its decay. The pews were covered in dust, the altar stood untouched at the far end, and around it, the walls were lined with faded paintings of saints now warped and peeling with time. It was an eerie sight, but the most unsettling thing of all was the altar itself. Stains, dark and ominous, marred its once pristine surface. The flickering candlelight revealed something else too, a smear of blood, dark and fresh, that spread across the altar like a silent message. "What is this?" Mark whispered, his voice barely audible, as though speaking any louder would wake something. The air felt charged now, thicker, heavier, like the building was aware of their presence and had decided to take notice. The whispers started then soft at first, like the distant murmur of voices carried on the wind, but they were clear enough to understand. The words were unintelligible, garbled, like a language from another time. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the far corner of the room. The others jumped, their hearts hammering as they spun around, but there was no one there. Only the flickering shadows and the ever-present whispers. Jack felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He took a hesitant step forward, his eyes scanning the room. The sense of being watched was overwhelming, as though someone or something was waiting for them to make the next move. Without warning, a cold wind rushed through the chapel, extinguishing several of the candles at once. The room plunged into near darkness, and the air grew colder still, biting at their skin like ice. They huddled together, their breaths visible in the frigid air, as the shadows grew long and twisted. That's when they heard it, a voice, soft and raspy, emerging from the darkness, so faint they could hardly make out the words. "Leave, while you still can." The whisper sent a wave of panic through the group, and Emily took a step back. "What the hell was that?" she breathed. Jack's eyes were wide with fear, but his curiosity outweighed the terror that gripped his chest. He reached forward, trying to rein in the panic that threatened to overtake him. There was something here, something powerful, and he knew they had to uncover it. They had come this far, and there was no turning back. The temperature in the room dropped even further, the cold now so intense it seemed to cut through their clothing and down to their bones. Jack's breath came in visible puffs, his mind racing with thoughts of escape, but he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being drawn further in. The whispers swirled around them, a chorus of voices all speaking at once, filling the room with a sense of dread that clawed at their sanity. Rachel clutched her arms tightly around herself, her face pale and taut with fear. "We need to get out of here now. This place it's not right." Her voice cracked, and for a moment she sounded like a frightened child, no longer the brave explorer she had been when they first entered. "Let's go. We can leave through the main hall. We'll find a way out." But before they could make a move, the altar shifted. It was subtle at first, just a tremor, a ripple in the air, but then, with a sickening creak, the stone altar began to move, slowly, almost as if it were alive. The bloodstains on its surface seemed to pulse, as if the altar itself were drawing something out from beneath the floor, something buried for years. Jack's stomach twisted. "What the hell?" he whispered under his breath. He could feel the walls closing in again, the room shifting, warping. The whispers grew louder, now filling the entire room, drowning out his thoughts. The cold was unbearable, freezing him in place. It was as though the chapel itself was preparing to reveal something long hidden, something meant to stay buried. Then, in a sudden violent motion, the altar stopped moving. The room fell into complete silence. The air was thick with tension, as if it was waiting for them to act. But Jack didn't move. He stood frozen, his eyes locked on the altar, the whispers now replaced by a low guttural sound, like something rising from the depths of the earth. The room felt as though it was holding its breath, the silence pressing against their eardrums. Every moment spent in the chapel left them with an overwhelming sense of dread that seemed to seep into their bones. Jack was the first to break the stillness, his voice a whisper. "We need to get out of here. Now." The others didn't argue. The whispers, the blood-stained altar, the icy chill that gripped them, everything about this place felt wrong. They quickly made their way back into the dark hallway, their footsteps echoing loudly in the silence that had returned to the hospital. The oppressive atmosphere still clung to them, and the sense of being watched never let up. Every corner they turned, every creaking door, every whisper in the distance only seemed to push them deeper into a nightmare. As they walked, they noticed something strange. There were no signs of the doors they had passed through before. The corridors had shifted, warped somehow, leaving them lost in the maze of the hospital's decaying halls. The distant sound of their footsteps, once the only noise, now blended with a deeper, more unsettling sound. A faint thumping, rhythmic and deliberate, came from somewhere ahead. "I don't like this," Emily muttered, her flashlight trembling in her hand. "We've got to be walking in circles. This place is messing with us." The others could feel it too, the shifting walls, the disappearing doors. It was as though the hospital had a will of its own, trapping them inside its haunted halls. The thought of being lost here forever made their skin crawl. As they continued down the corridor, the thumping grew louder, more distinct. It was coming from beneath them, from somewhere deep within the hospital. Mark, always the curious one, was the first to move toward the sound. "Let's check it out," he said, his voice strangely calm despite the fear in his eyes. "Could be another way out. Or at least something that'll help us understand this place." Without waiting for a response, he grabbed the nearest door handle and yanked it open. The door creaked loudly, protesting against the movement. Beyond it lay a staircase steep and narrow, descending into pitch blackness. The thumping noise echoed from below, growing louder as if something or someone was waiting for them down there. Jack hesitated. The thought of descending into the darkness, into the heart of the hospital where they had no idea what awaited, filled him with unease. But it was their only option. They couldn't stay here, not with the growing sense that the hospital itself was alive, watching, waiting for them to make a mistake. "We have no choice," he muttered, stepping forward. "We go down." One by one, they followed Jack down the stairs, their footsteps muffled against the cold, damp stone. The air grew thick and heavy with each step, the stench of rot growing stronger. The stairwell twisted and turned, and the further they descended, the more claustrophobic it became. It was as if the walls themselves were closing in, pressing them downward into the unknown. At the bottom of the stairs, they found themselves in a dimly lit basement. The faint glow of their flashlights revealed long-abandoned equipment, old medical machines covered in dust, rusted metal trays stacked in corners, and a row of cages, their doors open and empty, like some grotesque relic from a forgotten era. But the thing that caught their attention the most was the sound. The thumping was now joined by something else. Faint, agonized cries. It didn't take long for them to realize that the basement was far from empty. The cages, once housing patients or prisoners, now seemed to hold only the echoes of their suffering. The cries were coming from the walls themselves, the thin, deteriorating walls that could no longer contain the torment they had once housed. The sound grew louder, more desperate, as if the spirits of the past were screaming to be freed. Rachel stumbled backward, her hand clutching her chest as if trying to hold her heart in place. This isn't real. It can't be." Her eyes darted around, desperate for some explanation. "We need to leave. This place isn't just abandoned. It's haunted." But Mark wasn't listening. His gaze was fixed on something in the corner, a shadow, half-formed, moving against the walls. "What is that?" he asked, voice barely a whisper. The rest of them followed his gaze, their blood running cold as they saw what he was pointing to. In the corner of the basement, barely visible in the dim light, stood a figure. The figure was tall, shrouded in darkness, with a face obscured by a long, tattered lab coat. The eyes pale, vacant, stared directly at them, and for a moment everything seemed to freeze. The air turned colder, their breaths visible in the chill. The figure took a step forward, and with it came the unmistakable sound of chains scraping across the stone floor. They could hear the dragging of metal, the slow, torturous movements of something bound by the past, something that had never been allowed to escape. Without warning, the figure lunged forward, its eyes wide with an unnatural hunger. The basement seemed to come alive with a deafening screech, as if the walls themselves were screaming, joining the tortured souls of the past in their desperate plea for release. Jack's instincts kicked in, and he grabbed Emily's arm, pulling her toward the stairs, urging the others to follow. As they fled up the stairs, the thumping grew louder behind them, closer, as if something was chasing them from the shadows of the basement. The cries became a cacophony of anguish, the very walls shaking with the force of the tortured souls trapped within. They reached the top, gasping for air, only to find the door at the top of the stairs slammed shut. The sound of chains and heavy breathing grew louder still, echoing in the confined space, and the dark figure was right behind them. Panic surged through them as they struggled to pry open the door at the top of the basement stairs. The sound of chains scraping against the stone walls grew louder, accompanied by the rasping breath of something unnatural, something that wasn't entirely human. Jack's pulse raced in his ears as he pulled at the door handle, but it refused to budge. The weight of their fear seemed to press down on them, making every movement feel sluggish, every breath an effort. Behind them, the basement door rattled violently, the sound of chains dragging closer with each passing second. The floor beneath them seemed to shake, reverberating with a low hum that vibrated in their bones. In a final, desperate attempt, Jack slammed his shoulder into the door with all his strength. It creaked, but didn't give. His thoughts were spinning, his mind desperate to find a way out. They had to escape. There was no other option. Suddenly, the door gave way with a loud crash, sending Jack sprawling forward onto the cold floor of the hallway. His breath caught in his throat as he scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide with terror. The others followed quickly, their faces pale and drawn, their bodies stiff with fear. They didn't have time to look back. They could hear it now, unmistakable, the faint sound of footsteps, deliberate and slow, echoing down the hall behind them. "Run!" Emily shouted, her voice sharp and panicked. The group didn't need any further encouragement. They sprinted down the dark hallway, the flickering light from their flashlights casting long, warped shadows that seemed to twist and stretch unnaturally in the dimness. The sound of their footsteps, once the only noise, was now drowned out by the heavy, dragging footsteps that followed them, too close for comfort. Jack's heart pounded in his chest as he pushed himself harder, faster. He had no idea where they were going. There was no clear path to follow, no way out. The hallways seemed to stretch on endlessly, twisting and turning in ways that made it impossible to get their bearings. The building was alive, changing with every step, trapping them deeper within its suffocating grasp. It was then that they rounded a corner and found themselves face to face with a figure tall, broad-shouldered, and draped in a blood-stained lab coat. His face was pale, gaunt, and his eyes, they were empty, devoid of any human emotion. The figure stood motionless in the middle of the hallway, blocking their escape. A sense of overwhelming dread washed over the group as they came to an abrupt halt. The figure didn't move, but a low, guttural laugh escaped its lips, sending chills through their spines. "You shouldn't have come here," the voice rasped, cold and cruel. "This place is mine, and you are mine now." The voice seemed to come from everywhere, as if the very walls were speaking, as if the hospital itself was alive with the doctor's presence. Who are you?" Jack managed to choke out, his voice barely more than a whisper. The figure tilted its head, the empty eyes never leaving him. "You don't know?" it said, its voice mocking, as though the very question was beneath it. "I am Dr. Abner Wright, the one who conducted the experiments that ended everything here. And now," the figure leaned forward, its skeletal hand reaching out toward them. "Now, I will finish what I started." Before they could react, the figure lunged forward, its cold, bony hand gripping Jack's arm with unnatural strength. A cold, sharp pain shot through his body as the doctor's fingers dug into his skin. His heart hammered in his chest, and for a moment it felt as though his very soul was being pulled toward the doctor's hollow gaze. The air around them thickened, growing colder still, and a sudden rush of memories flooded Jack's mind, visions of pain, suffering, and twisted experiments. But then, in an instant, the grip loosened. Jack stumbled backward, gasping for air as the doctor's form began to dissolve into the shadows. The oppressive presence that had filled the hallway started to fade, but the memory of that cold touch lingered in his mind like a poison. "It's not over," the doctor's voice echoed from the darkness. "You will never leave. Come on," Emily shouted, pulling Jack by the arm as she sprinted down the hallway, the others close behind. The walls felt as though they were closing in around them, the air growing heavier with each step. They needed to escape before Dr. Wright's twisted influence consumed them completely. They turned another corner and found themselves in what appeared to be the remains of an old operating theater. The room was large and cavernous, with rows of rusted, blood-stained tables and tools scattered across the floor. The ceiling was high, and the air was thick with the scent of something decayed, something that should never have been. A faint, eerie glow filled the space, the source of which they couldn't identify. On the far side of the room, a door stood ajar, beckoning them toward what they hoped was freedom. But as they approached, the door slammed shut with a deafening crash. Panic gripped them as they turned around to find the doctor standing in the doorway, his figure once again materializing from the shadows. "You can't escape," Dr. Wright said, his voice low and taunting. "This place is your tomb." The group stood frozen in the operating theater, the weight of Dr. Wright's presence pressing down on them like a heavy, suffocating cloud. His hollow eyes gleamed in the dim light, and a twisted smile curled across his pale lips. It was as if the very walls of the hospital had been woven into his malevolent will. They had nowhere to run, no clear escape. The air was thick with the scent of rot and blood, an overwhelming reminder of the horrors that had taken place here. "You're not leaving," Dr. Wright's voice boomed from the doorway, and with it came the sensation of being trapped, caught in a web that they could not untangle. "This place is mine, and you are my guests." His eyes seemed to shine with a twisted delight as he stepped forward, the sound of his lab coat rustling against the floor like the scraping of nails on stone. "You were foolish to come here, and now you will pay." Emily's breath caught in her throat, and she grabbed Jack's arm tightly. Her voice was a hushed whisper. "We need to get out of here. We need to find another way." Jack nodded, his mind racing for any chance of escape. The door they had seen earlier, the one that had slammed shut, was still their only hope, but with the doctor blocking their path, it might as well have been miles away. "He's toying with us," Mark muttered, his eyes darting nervously between the doctor and the door. "We have to do something." But before they could make any move, Dr. Wright reached up, pressing his hands together as though savoring the moment. His smile widened, and the room seemed to grow colder, the shadows deepening until they became thick and suffocating. "Don't worry," Dr. Wright purred, his voice smooth and almost sweet. "I'm not here to kill you. Not yet, at least." He stepped aside, motioning toward the far wall, where a heavy, rusted door stood ajar. "But I am going to show you something that will make you wish you had never set foot in this hospital." The group exchanged uneasy glances, but Jack didn't hesitate. They had no choice. They had come this far, and whatever this doctor was about to show them, they had to see it. It was their only chance to understand the horrors of this place and perhaps, just maybe, find a way to escape. With a deep breath, Jack stepped forward, his heart pounding. As he reached the door, he swung it open, revealing the laboratory beyond. The room was a grotesque nightmare, an unsettling display of madness and cruelty. Shelves lined the walls, filled with jars that contained grotesque, preserved specimens' body parts that looked as though they had been torn apart and hastily stitched back together. The air was thick with the acrid stench of formaldehyde, and the floor was slick with something viscous and dark. In the center of the room stood a large metal table, stained and scratched with signs of years of use. Scattered across the table were various surgical tools, all rusted and worn with time. And yet, it was the notes scattered haphazardly across the room that caught their attention, the journals, the diagrams, and the meticulously detailed records of experiments gone horribly wrong. Jack felt a chill creep up his spine as he read the words scrawled on one of the papers. Subject 7. Failed attempt. The patient did not survive the procedure. Their consciousness lingers in the shadows, restless. Further attempts are required. The words sent a shockwave through him. They had been right. This hospital was not just abandoned, it had been a place of twisted experiments, and the victims of those experiments were still trapped here, their tortured souls clinging to the building. Mark's voice broke the silence. This is insane. They were trying to create, what? Some kind of monster. The room seemed to warp around them, the walls closing in with the weight of the atrocities that had taken place here. Jack looked at Emily, her face pale, her lips trembling, and he knew that they had only scratched the surface. Whatever they had uncovered, it was far worse than anything they could have imagined. The doctor stepped into the room behind them, his cold, dead eyes flicking over the disarray. "These are my greatest works," he said with a sickening pride. "I didn't just study the human body, I transcended it. I discovered what it means to become something more." His laugh echoed in the room, high-pitched and manic. "But not all of my subjects were so cooperative. Some resisted, but I always found a way to make them understand. Now they live in the walls, in the very air you breathe." Emily's face twisted in horror. "You're insane," she shouted, backing away from the table. "You killed them. You tortured them. They're not living, they're trapped, just like we are." Dr. Wright's eyes narrowed, and for a moment he seemed almost sad. "You misunderstand," he said softly, almost gently. "They're not trapped. They've been freed. Their bodies were flawed, yes, but their spirits? Their spirits are eternal now." He stepped forward, his cold breath brushing against Jack's ear. "And soon so will yours." Before they could react, a loud crash rang out from behind them. The walls of the laboratory seemed to tremble, and the air grew thick with a new, suffocating pressure. The shadows in the corners of the room began to stir, shifting like smoke. The temperature dropped sharply, and Jack could feel his breath freezing in his chest. He turned quickly, his heart pounding in his ears, to find the shadows beginning to take form, twisted, malformed figures crawling toward them from every corner. The figures in the shadows lunged forward, their limbs twisted in unnatural angles as they crawled across the floor. They weren't human anymore, not in any real sense. Their bodies were contorted, their faces a grotesque mix of pain and rage. The stench of decay filled the room as the figures began to move toward them with horrifying speed, their limbs jerking as though they had been freshly awakened from the dead. Jack's heart hammered in his chest, and the room seemed to close in around him. The air was thick with the temperature had plummeted to an unbearable chill. He couldn't move, his legs were frozen, his body paralyzed with fear. All he could do was watch as the twisted figures drew closer, their eyes vacant, their mouths stretching open in grotesque snarls. "We need to run," Emily screamed, her voice sharp with panic. The sound of her voice seemed to break the spell that had frozen them all, and in an instant, their instincts kicked in. They turned and bolted for the door, but the shadows had already begun to crawl along the walls, cutting off their escape. The figures swarmed, filling the doorway, their movements jerky and erratic as they closed in on their prey. Jack shoved Emily forward, pushing her toward the only escape he could see, the narrow window at the back of the room. "Go! Get out! Now!" he shouted, his voice hoarse with desperation. Emily hesitated for a split second, her eyes wide with terror, before she scrambled toward the window. But as she reached it, the shadows grew closer, their fingers reaching out for her, scratching and scraping against the stone walls. Mark and Rachel were right behind them, but the figures were faster now, their movements almost predatory. The sound of their bones cracking and shifting as they moved sent a sickening chill down Jack's spine. The walls of the hospital seemed to stretch endlessly, the halls no longer familiar, but a twisting labyrinth meant to trap them inside. Every turn they took led them deeper into the bowels of the building, and the shrieking figures followed, relentless. The noise was deafening now, screeches and growls mixed with the sound of their own racing footsteps. Jack could feel the coldness of the walls pressing in on him as they sprinted down the corridors, but there was no sign of an exit. No way out. It was as if the hospital itself had become a maze of despair, a place where the dead roamed free and the living were nothing more than prey. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the hall. Jack's flashlight flickered and went out, plunging them into darkness. He swore under his breath, fumbling for his spare light as the shrieking grew louder, closer. The walls seemed to pulse around them, vibrating with the sound of the figures moving ever closer. They were running out of time, out of options. Rachel screamed, and Jack spun around, his heart leaping in his chest. She had stumbled, her foot caught on something unseen in the dark. Her flashlight rolled away, the beam flickering over the dark hallway before it fell still. "Get up, Rachel! We can't stop!" Mark shouted, reaching for her, but it was too late. The shadows had already swarmed around her, their twisted hands grabbing her arms, pulling her into the darkness. Rachel's screams echoed down the hall, but they were quickly drowned out by the sound of the figures dragging her away. Jack's breath caught in his throat as he tried to make sense of the nightmare unfolding before him. There was nothing he could do, not for Rachel, not for anyone. "Run!" Mark shouted, pulling Jack by the arm, dragging him forward. "We can't help her. We have to get out before they get us too." But Jack didn't know where to run. The hospital had become a maze of death, and every turn they took only seemed to lead them deeper into the darkness. The figures were everywhere now, swarming the halls, crawling over the floors, their eyes gleaming in the dark like vultures. In the distance, Jack thought he saw a faint light, a doorway, perhaps, or a window. He couldn't tell, but he knew they had to reach it. Every step felt like a struggle as they pushed forward, the sound of the figures crawling, dragging themselves along the walls and floors growing louder. They were gaining on them, closing in, and the walls seemed to shift, the hallway stretching and narrowing like a living thing, trapping them in its grasp. They reached the light, but it was no salvation. The door that led to it was locked, the handle twisted and jammed. Jack slammed his fist against the door, the panic rising in his chest, but it refused to open. They were running out of time, running out of options. The figures were too close now, their breath hot and rancid against the back of his neck. "Jack, do something!" Emily screamed, her voice full of terror. But there was nothing he could do. They were trapped. The figures were nearly upon them, their twisted forms crawling over the floor, their eyes filled with rage and hunger. Jack's mind raced, but all he could think of was escape any way out. And then, in a flash of desperation, he kicked at the door once more. The door creaked open. The door creaked open with a violent groan, as though the very building itself was resisting their escape. Jack wasted no time, yanking it wide and pulling Emily through, his heart racing with a mixture of hope and dread. They stumbled into a narrow hallway, the flickering light of their flashlights casting long, distorted shadows. The sound of the figures, those twisted creatures that had hunted them, faded into the distance, but the terror still gripped them, a cold, suffocating presence that would not let go. They ran, their footsteps echoing off the walls, but this time there was no sound of pursuit. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever, a labyrinth of decay and death. The walls, once white, were now stained with mildew and blood, peeling and cracked like the skin of something dying. Every corner they turned felt like it led them deeper into the heart of the hospital, but none of them had the courage to turn back. There was no going back. "I don't know how much longer I can do this," Emily whispered, her voice shaky. "We're never going to get out, are we?" Her words hung in the air, too heavy to ignore, and Jack could see the fear in her eyes. They had all seen things they could never unsee, the horrors that lived within these walls, the twisted souls that had been left behind. "We will," Jack said, though he wasn't sure he believed it. They had to. They didn't have a choice. But there was something else, something gnawing at the back of his mind. They were still missing something important, something that could explain everything that had happened. The whispers, the shadows, the twisted figures, they all had a purpose. They weren't random, and neither were they. As they continued down the hallway, they came to a large set of double doors, slightly ajar. The light beyond flickered, casting an eerie glow into the hallway. For a moment, none of them moved. The air around them seemed to hum with a strange energy, a tension that made every breath feel like a struggle. Something was waiting for them on the other side. With a deep breath, Jack pushed the doors open, his flashlight beam slicing through the darkness. What they saw made his blood run cold. The room was a large, sterile chamber, its walls lined with old medical equipment and filing cabinets. But it wasn't the equipment that caught their attention, it was the large table in the center of the room, and the body strapped to it. The body was pale, lifeless, and covered in a sheet, but something about it felt wrong, as if the figure on the table was somehow still alive. The air around them grew thick with an unsettling energy, and the whispers they had heard earlier returned, louder now, filling the room with a desperate, unintelligible language. It was as if the hospital itself was speaking to them, trying to convey a message they weren't meant to understand. Mock stepped forward, his eyes wide with horror. "What the hell is that?" he breathed, his voice trembling. "This place, it's not just haunted. It's still alive, isn't it?" His question hung in the air, unanswered. But the others couldn't shake the feeling that they were standing on the precipice of something far darker than they could comprehend. Jack didn't answer. His gaze was fixed on the body. There was something familiar about it. A sinking feeling formed in his stomach as he took a step closer. And then it hit him, a sickening realization that made his blood run cold. The body on the table wasn't just a victim. It was part of the experiments. The very same experiments that Dr. Wright had conducted, twisting human beings into something unrecognizable. They're trying to preserve them, Jack said, his voice barely a whisper. The bodies, they're not dead. Not completely. They're in between, caught between life and death, never meant to truly die. The words tasted like ash in his mouth, and the weight of their meaning pressed heavily on his chest. Suddenly, the body on the table began to twitch. At first, it was barely noticeable, a small movement of the fingers. But then it grew, the body shifting and jerking violently as if something deep within it was trying to break free. The sheet that covered it was ripped away in an instant, revealing the lifeless face of a woman, her eyes wide open, staring blankly into the darkness. No, it can't be," Emily gasped, stepping back. Her hand flew to her mouth as she stared at the woman's face. That's me." The room seemed to spin around them, the walls closing in as the horrific truth hit them all at once. Emily's twin sister had been one of Dr. Wright's victims. She had been preserved, kept in a state between life and death, a subject of his cruel experiments. And now, Emily had unknowingly become part of the same twisted cycle. She was the key to whatever had been unleashed in the hospital. Before they could react, the room seemed to come alive. The walls pulsed with an unnatural energy, the temperature plummeting, and the whispers grew louder, their voices now full of rage and desperation. The very air around them seemed to crackle with power. And then, from the body on the table, a voice rose, soft at first, but growing louder, filled with pain and anguish. "Help me!" The voice that had risen from the woman's body seemed to echo in every corner of the room, its tone thick with torment. It was a sound that made their skin crawl, a desperate plea that felt as if it had been trapped within the walls for years, buried beneath layers of agony and despair. The air grew heavier, thick with something almost tangible, as if the room itself was breathing with a life of its own. Emily's knees buckled beneath her, and she staggered backward, her face pale with horror. "Help me," the voice whispered again, more clearly now. It was unmistakable. The words were not just spoken, but seemed to be felt deep in their bones. It was a cry for release, a cry for freedom that had been denied for far too long. Emily's breath caught in her throat as she looked at the woman on the table. That's my sister. I remember her." Mark stepped forward cautiously, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. This is insane. Your sister." His voice trailed off as he seemed to realize the horrifying reality. Dr. Wright's experiments had twisted her, kept her in a state of unnatural existence between life and death. She was neither alive nor dead, and now she was calling out for freedom. But at what cost? "Emily, we need to leave. We need to get out of here," Jack urged, his voice shaky. He could feel the presence in the room growing stronger, the whispers almost deafening now, the very air around them thick with suffocating dread. But Emily didn't move. Her gaze remained fixed on the body of her sister, her twin, who had been trapped in this nightmare for so long. "I can't leave her," Emily whispered, her voice trembling. She stepped forward, drawn to the table like a moth to a flame. "I can't just leave her like this." Her hand hovered over the woman's lifeless skin, but the moment her fingers touched the woman's cold body, a jolt of energy shot through her. It felt like 1,000 needles piercing her skin, a surge of power that made her heart race, but she didn't pull away. The voice of her sister seemed to reach out to her, pulling her into the darkness. Jack grabbed Emily's arm, pulling her back with all his strength. "Emily, don't. You don't know what's happening. This place, it's feeding off you. It's trying to drag you in." His words were barely audible above the chaotic whispering, but Emily didn't seem to hear him. She was in a trance, her eyes locked onto the woman's face, her expression one of deep sorrow and longing. "Emily, please!" Mark's voice cracked, and Rachel, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, her voice full of fear. "We're all going to die if you don't stop. This isn't your sister anymore. She's part of this twisted thing. Whatever it is, it wants to keep you here." But Emily didn't listen. The whispers seemed to crescendo, growing louder and more frantic. "Sacrifice," the voice breathed, this time not from the woman's mouth but from the walls themselves. It was everywhere, filling their minds with terror, drowning out everything else. The room was closing in on them, and Emily could feel the darkness pulling at her, wrapping around her like a suffocating shroud. Jack's mind raced, desperately trying to understand what was happening. He glanced at the woman on the table, her face frozen in an eternal scream, her eyes wide open in a state of perpetual torment. The figure of Dr. Wright appeared again in the shadows, his pale form flickering like a dying flame. "She is part of the price," he said, his voice a low, taunting whisper. "You must make a sacrifice to escape. One of you must give yourself to the darkness." Jack's heart sank as the weight of the doctor's words hit him. They had to make a choice. Someone had to stay behind, trapped in this nightmare forever, to free the others. His gaze flickered between Emily and Mark, and then to Rachel, but his eyes returned to Emily, whose face was pale, tears streaming down her cheeks as she reached for the woman once more. "Emily, don't," Jack said, his voice breaking. "If you stay, you'll never leave. We all know that." His hand trembled as he placed it on her shoulder. "I will go. I'll stay." Emily turned to him, her eyes wide with shock. "No, you can't. You're not Jack. You're not doing this." "I'll do it," he said softly. "You'll get out. You have to." You're not the one who belongs here. I am. The room fell silent. The whispers stopped for a moment, as if the entire hospital was holding its breath. Jack could feel the eyes of the spirits on him, their unblinking gazes pressing into his soul. He stepped toward the table, taking one last look at Emily, who was trembling with grief and fear. "I'm sorry," he whispered, knowing that it was the only way. This is the only way to end it. The instant he took his first step forward, the ground beneath them trembled. The walls began to crack, and a dark mist poured from every corner, filling the room with a suffocating energy. The sacrifice had begun. Jack could feel the weight of the darkness pressing in, his body growing cold as the shadows twisted around him. He looked at Emily one last time, her face full of sorrow and guilt, before he stepped fully into the center of the room. The moment his feet touched the floor, the mist swarmed around him, pulling him down into the earth like quicksand. He felt the energy drain from his body as the hospital seemed to consume him whole. His last breath was a whisper, a plea for Emily to live. And then all was silent. Shadows of the past. Max had always been drawn to the forbidden. As a seasoned urban explorer, he had made a name for himself seeking out abandoned places, forgotten hospitals, derelict asylums, and crumbling factories. But when he stumbled upon an old map tucked away in a dusty corner of a second-hand store, it felt like he had found something truly special. The map, yellowed with age, had faded ink marking the location of an abandoned hospital on the outskirts of the city. A place that had been lost to time, with no mention of its name or history. He brought it to the group, excited but also somewhat hesitant, knowing the weight of what he had uncovered. There was an energy about this place, something Max couldn't quite place, but he could feel it in his bones. The others, Nina, Jake, and Sarah, had been on countless adventures before, but this one felt different. It felt wrong, but it was exactly what they had been craving. An adventure into the unknown. Nina was the first to speak. A hospital? That's a little intense, don't you think? Her voice was laced with doubt, but there was a spark of curiosity in her eyes. "I've researched it," Max said, leaning forward. "It was abandoned years ago. There are no reports of vandalism, no rumors about squatters or explorers. It's untouched. We'll be the first ones in there." Jake, who had always been the one to dive headfirst into any situation, grinned. "Sounds perfect. Just think of the stories we'll have." After a few moments of uneasy silence, Sarah, the more cautious of the group, finally spoke. "But we don't know anything about the place. Why was it abandoned? What happened there?" Max shrugged. "Does it matter? We're not going to find anything if we don't go look." The decision was made. That night, under the cover of darkness, they gathered their gear, flashlights, cameras, and a few tools in case they needed to break in. As they piled into Max's van and drove to the outskirts of town, a thick fog began to roll in, casting an eerie, unnatural glow on the road. The further they went, the more isolated everything became. The trees seemed to close in around them, their skeletal branches reaching out like fingers. When they finally reached the area marked on the map, the hospital was more imposing than they had imagined. It sat behind a large rusted iron fence, its silhouette barely visible through the dense fog. The building, once grand and imposing, was now a ruin, its walls crumbling and windows shattered. Ivy crawled up its sides like the fingers of some ancient creature, strangling it with each passing year. "This is it," Max said, his voice tinged with excitement. He pulled the van to a stop and cut the engine. The stillness of the night pressed in on them. They stepped out of the van, their flashlights cutting through the fog, revealing a massive stone archway that marked the entrance. Above it, the faded letters of the hospital's name were barely discernible, as if even the building was trying to forget what it had once been. The air around them felt thick, oppressive, as though something ancient and heavy was lingering, watching them. The ground beneath their feet was uneven, the concrete cracked and buckled in places. As they walked through the archway, a strange chill ran down their spines. The hospital loomed ahead, silent and ominous. But the thrill of the unknown pushed them forward. Nina was the first to speak up as they reached the main doors. "This place feels wrong. Like it's waiting for us." Max waved her off. "It's just old. Nothing to worry about." But even as he said it, he could feel it too, the weight of the place pressing in, the sense that something was off. Still, they couldn't turn back now. The doors were locked, but the rusted metal bars that held them shut were easily pried apart with a crowbar. They creaked loudly as the door swung open, revealing the dark, decaying interior. The first thing that hit them was the smell: stale air, damp wood, and something else, something faintly metallic, as if the hospital had been trying to bury something for years. Their flashlights flickered, casting long shadows on the cracked tile floor. Broken medical equipment lay scattered around the foyer, abandoned without a second thought. The air felt thick and heavy, as though the building itself had absorbed years of pain and suffering. "I don't like this," Sarah said softly, her voice trembling. But her curiosity, as much as her fear, kept her moving forward. The group, though tense, pressed on, drawn by the same unspoken desire to uncover what had been left behind. At the far end of the foyer, a hallway stretched out into the darkness. The walls were covered in peeling paint and mildew, the remnants of a time long past. It was hard to believe that this place had once been filled with life, bustling with doctors, nurses, and patients. Now, it was just a shell, silent, cold, and waiting. Max's flashlight beam flickered as he stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. He had been here before, in abandoned places just like this, but there was something different about this one. It was as if the walls themselves were watching them, listening. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind, seemed to carry a warning. "This is it," Max said, his voice low, almost reverent. "We're going to find something incredible here." But even as he said it, a shiver ran down his spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were not alone in the hospital. That something, or someone, was waiting for them. As they ventured deeper into the hospital, the air grew heavier with each step. The beams of their flashlights cut through the darkness, revealing walls covered in peeling paint and rusted medical equipment. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant sound of their footsteps echoing in the stillness. It felt as though the building itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Max led the way, his flashlight steady, but even he couldn't shake the creeping sense that they were being watched. Jake, always the most adventurous, couldn't help but let out a nervous chuckle. "This place is a mess. It's like walking through a haunted house." But his words lacked the usual confidence, his voice betraying a hint of unease. Even he could feel it now, the strange energy that seemed to pulse through the hospital. The walls were lined with old doors, some broken open, others hanging on their hinges. As they passed one such door, Sarah gasped, pointing to the floor. Scattered across the ground were old patient records, their edges frayed and curling with age. They hadn't been touched in years, but something about them felt wrong, out of place. Max bent down to pick one up, brushing the dust off its surface. The paper was brittle, and the name on the top, Patient 45, sent a chill through him. There was something unsettling about it, but he couldn't put his finger on why. Probably just a leftover from when the place was still in operation, Max said, but his voice wavered slightly as he stood up. He turned to the others. "Let's keep moving." The deeper they went into the building, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The air was thick, and each room they entered seemed to carry a weight, as if the walls themselves held the memories of the hospital's past. They passed a room filled with shattered medical equipment, old syringes, broken vials, and rusted scalpels, and the smell of antiseptic lingered faintly in the air, a sickly reminder of the hospital's former purpose. Yet it felt like time had stopped here. Nothing had changed, nothing had moved, since the last patient had been cared for. "I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this place," Nina said quietly, her eyes darting nervously from one shadowy corner to the next. She had always been the most cautious of the group, but this time, even her normally unshakable composure was starting to crack. Max, despite the unease building inside him, pressed on. "It's just an old hospital. It's probably just the decay messing with our heads. Let's stick together, and we'll be fine." The hallway seemed endless, stretching on forever, the darkness closing in around them. Their footsteps echoed louder than before, the sound unnaturally amplified in the silence. The shadows seemed to shift as they moved, distorting the shapes of the broken furniture and abandoned equipment. Max's flashlight flickered as they reached another door, this one heavier, the wood warped and cracked. He tried the handle, and it gave with a creak, opening slowly. Behind the door was a large room, filled with old hospital beds that looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. Some were overturned, their metal frames twisted and bent in odd directions. Dust and cobwebs covered everything, but there was something unsettling about the way the beds were arranged, as if they had been deliberately placed in some forgotten ritual. A low moan echoed from somewhere in the room, a sound that made the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. "What was that?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. She stepped back, but there was nowhere to retreat to. The door behind them had slammed shut, as if on its own. The group exchanged nervous glances, the weight of the moment settling over them. "I didn't hear anything," Max said, but the uncertainty in his voice gave him away. "Let's just keep moving." They moved forward cautiously, the air growing colder as they entered the room. The beds seemed to loom over them, casting long, distorted shadows on the walls. Suddenly, Nina let out a small scream, stumbling backward as her flashlight caught something in the corner of the room. There, lying motionless on the floor, was a child's doll. Its eyes were wide open, fixed in an expression that was both innocent and unerringly lifelike. I didn't see that before," Nina said, her voice shaky as she backed away from the doll. "It seemed out of place here, too clean, too perfect amidst the decay." "Maybe someone left it behind," Jake suggested, though his voice faltered. He didn't sound convinced, and neither did the others. They had all noticed the same thing. The doll was too pristine, too unnerving in its stillness. Before anyone could speak, a loud bang echoed from somewhere further down the hall, followed by the unmistakable sound of something heavy dragging across the floor. The sound was distorted, echoing off the walls, as if the hospital itself were alive, groaning in protest. Max's heart raced in his chest as he turned toward the noise, but there was nothing visible, only the oppressive darkness that seemed to stretch infinitely in front of them. "Maybe we should go," Sarah said, her voice tight with fear. "We've seen enough." But Max, despite the growing terror in his chest, felt something pull him forward. A sense of purpose, a sense that they were on the verge of something monumental. He swallowed his fear and motioned for the group to follow. "We're not turning back now. We're here for a reason." As they moved deeper into the hospital, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. It wasn't just the shadows. It wasn't just the strange sounds. Something was there with them, something that wasn't entirely human, and it was waiting for them to make a mistake. The tension in the group was palpable as they continued down the long, narrow hallway. The air had grown heavier, thicker with each step they took. Their footsteps seemed too loud in the oppressive silence, echoing unnervingly against the cracked walls. The deeper they went into the building, the darker it became. Max's flashlight flickered again, casting fleeting shadows that danced along the walls, making every corner appear more sinister than the last. It was as if the very darkness was alive, shifting and creeping just out of their sight. Max led the way, his flashlight beam cutting through the dark, but even his usual confidence was wavering. The silence was unsettling, and the sense of being watched had only grown stronger since they entered the building. At the back of the group, Nina hesitated, her breath shallow as she glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. But there was nothing but the emptiness of the hospital that stretched on endlessly. They came to an old door, slightly ajar, leading into another hallway. Max pushed it open with a creak, the sound reverberating through the air. As they stepped into the new corridor, a sudden chill washed over them, like a cold breath on the back of their necks. The temperature had dropped drastically, and the dampness in the air seemed to cling to their skin. The group huddled together, the uncertainty growing. They had seen the signs, the strange sounds, the unsettling atmosphere, but now they were beginning to feel it. Something was wrong. Nina was the first to spot it, a figure at the end of the hall. At first, it seemed like a trick of the light, just another shadow cast by the flickering flashlight. But then it moved. Slowly, deliberately. A pale figure, a woman, standing motionless in the distance. She was dressed in what looked like a hospital gown, her long, disheveled hair hanging in front of her face, obscuring her features. The way she stood there, unmoving, was unnatural, eerie. Max squinted, trying to focus on her. "Is anyone else seeing this?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. Jake, who had been joking moments before, now stood frozen, his eyes wide with fear. Sarah's breath caught in her throat, and Nina clutched her arm, unwilling to tear her eyes away from the figure. The woman didn't move. She just stood there, still as death itself. But then, something changed. The air around her seemed to shimmer, and with it came a soft, mournful whisper, like a voice carried on the wind. Max couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable, pleading, desperate, as if the figure was trying to communicate with them. The silence that followed was deafening, and for a moment, no one dared to move. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered one more time, and when the light returned, the figure was gone. Max whipped his head around, his heart racing, but the hallway was empty. His breath came in quick bursts, his mind struggling to comprehend what had just happened. "What the hell was that?" he muttered, his voice strained. Nina, her face pale, didn't answer. She couldn't. No one could explain what they had just seen. For a few moments, there was only the sound of their breathing, shallow and frantic, as the weight of the encounter settled in. Jake was the first to break the silence. "It could have been a shadow or a reflection. Something. Maybe it's just the place playing tricks on us." But his voice wavered, and his eyes betrayed his doubt. Sarah shook her head, her hands trembling. "No, that wasn't a shadow. That was something else." She turned to Max, her eyes pleading for him to take this seriously. "Max, we need to leave. This place, it's not right." Max stood there for a moment, staring down the empty hallway. He wanted to believe it was just a trick of the mind, a hallucination brought on by the desolate surroundings. But deep down, he knew it wasn't. Something was here with them, something they couldn't see, but could feel, pressing in from all sides. And it wasn't going to let them leave without a fight. With a sigh, Max turned back to the group. "We're not leaving yet. We came here for a reason, and we're going to find out what that reason is. Stay close. Don't wander off." They continued down the hallway, but the unease in the group had only grown. Every flicker of light, every gust of air felt like a threat. It was as if the very walls of the hospital were closing in on them. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like footsteps behind them, but when they turned around, there was nothing. No one dared to speak again, each person lost in their own thoughts, struggling to make sense of the terror they had just witnessed. And then, as they rounded the next corner, they heard it. A soft, shuffling sound, like something dragging itself along the floor. It was coming from the room ahead. The door cracked open just a few inches. The group froze, and all at once, the realization hit them. They weren't alone. Max took a deep breath, his hand tightening around the flashlight. We need to stick together. Whatever's in there, we face it as a team. But even as he said the words, he wasn't sure if he believed them. The hospital had already taken a piece of their sanity, and now it was coming for the rest of them. The sound of something dragging across the floor grew louder as they approached the room, each step echoing off the walls, amplifying the tension that had built up with every passing moment. Max reached for the door handle, his hand shaking despite his attempts to remain calm. He hesitated for a split second, a gnawing feeling in the pit of his stomach urging him to turn back. But the others were already close behind him, their faces pale, eyes wide with fear. There was no turning back now. The door creaked open, revealing a room that looked almost out of place within the decaying walls of the hospital. It was brightly lit, or at least it should have been. The light that filtered through the grime-covered windows cast an unsettling glow over the room. The walls were lined with small wooden cribs, their edges frayed and splintering. Dolls, teddy bears, and various forgotten toys were scattered around, as though children had left in a hurry mid-play. But what truly made the room feel wrong were the noises, the faint laughter, the echo of a toy bouncing on the floor, the unmistakable sound of tiny footsteps scurrying just beyond the reach of their flashlights. Nina stepped into the room first, her breath catching in her throat. The floor creaked beneath her as she moved cautiously toward one of the cribs. "This place, it feels wrong," she whispered. Her voice trembled, betraying the fear she tried to keep hidden. The toys scattered across the floor looked innocent enough, but there was an unsettling sense of life to them. A porcelain doll sat in the corner, its eyes wide open, staring blankly ahead. One of the dolls, a ragged, disfigured thing, appeared to have been dropped just moments ago, its arms stretched outward, its twisted face frozen in a grimace that sent a chill down Max's spine. Sarah stepped closer to the doll and knelt down, her fingers brushing the fabric of its torn dress. This is wrong. These toys should have been collected long ago. Why are they still here?" Jake, who had been hovering near the door, clenched his fists. "Maybe they just left in a hurry. Doesn't mean anything." But his voice was thin, and the unease in his eyes betrayed his words. Max could feel it too, the sense of something lurking just beyond the visible. It wasn't just the abandoned toys or the cribs. It was the heavy, palpable presence of something that didn't belong in this place. Something that was still here, waiting. As if on cue, a soft giggle echoed through the room. It was high-pitched, childlike, but distorted, as though it had been warped by time. The sound wasn't coming from any of the visible toys. It seemed to reverberate from the very walls themselves, a mocking sound that sent shivers down their spines. "Did you hear that?" Nina's voice was barely audible. She turned in circles, scanning the room as if trying to find the source of the laughter. But there was nothing but the abandoned cribs and toys. Another giggle, followed by a child's voice, clear and mocking. "Play with us." Max's heart raced. He turned to the others, his breath coming in short gasps. "We need to leave. Now." But as they began to back toward the door, the temperature in the room seemed to drop drastically. Their breath became visible in the air, fogging up the flashlight beams. The laughter grew louder, now accompanied by the sound of small, scurrying feet on the wooden floor. It was as if something was moving among the toys, unseen, yet unmistakably present. Max's flashlight flickered again, casting the room in eerie flashes of light. For a split second, he saw them, a group of small, childlike figures standing in the corners of the room, their faces hidden beneath matted hair, their bodies shrouded in shadow. They didn't move, but their presence was undeniable. "Go!" Jake shouted, panic rising in his voice. He grabbed Nina's arm, pulling her toward the door. But before they could escape, the door slammed shut with a deafening crash, trapping them inside. The laughter intensified, now a chorus of voices, echoing all around them. It felt as though the very walls of the room were alive with sound, vibrating with the energy of the spirits that seemed to haunt it. The figures in the corners began to move, their heads turning slowly toward the group. Their eyes, black, hollow voids, stared at them with an intensity that sent a cold shiver through their spines. Max's heart pounded in his chest as he scrambled for the door, but it refused to budge. The handle wouldn't turn, and no amount of force could make it give. It was as though the room itself was holding them in place, trapping them inside with whatever restless spirits lingered here. "Help!" Sarah cried, her voice high with terror. "Please, we need to get out of here." The figures moved closer, their heads tilting unnaturally, their hollow eyes following every movement. A high-pitched wail echoed through the room, and the toys scattered across the floor seemed to tremble, as if alive. The temperature in the room continued to drop, and a faint, icy mist began to form at their feet. The spirits of the children lost, forgotten, were reaching out to claim them. The door to the operating room creaked open, the hinges protesting against the weight of years. The scent of something metallic lingered in the air, mingling with the sour stench of decay that seemed to coat the walls. The light from their flashlights flickered, casting long shadows over the room. The sight before them was almost too much to process: rusted surgical tools, old bloodstains on the floor, and an overwhelming sense of abandonment. But it wasn't just the room's decay that made it unsettling. It was the feeling that something had been left behind, something unfinished. Max stepped inside first, his flashlight scanning over the remnants of the room. The walls were lined with old cabinets, most of them broken or falling apart. Metal tables lay scattered across the floor, their surfaces stained dark red. The air felt heavy, suffocating, as if the very essence of the place had absorbed the countless horrors it had witnessed over the years. Every corner seemed to hold a secret, a hidden memory of the experiments that had been conducted here. It was impossible to ignore the sense that something had gone terribly wrong in this place, something that had left behind an indelible mark. Nina was the next to enter, her face pale as she stepped carefully across the room, avoiding the pools of dried blood that still marred the floor. "This place is a nightmare," she muttered under her breath, her voice tinged with both fear and disbelief. She ran her fingers along the edge of an old operating table, where rust had long since replaced any trace of its original shine. The room was so quiet, so still, that it felt as if time had stopped here, a moment frozen in history. Jake, who had been standing in the doorway, was the first to break the silence. "What kind of experiments were they doing here?" he asked, his voice shaky as he stared at the disarray around him. The old surgical tools, covered in dust and rust, seemed to tell a story all their own, a story that no one wanted to hear. It was clear that whatever had happened in this room, it had been far from ordinary. Max scanned the room, his flashlight beam landing on a faded chart pinned to the wall. The paper was yellowed with age, the words barely legible, but what he could make out made his stomach churn. Patient 305, Trial 6. Procedure results inconclusive. Subject remains alive but unresponsive. Further intervention required. The details were vague, but the implications were terrifying. It wasn't just that these patients had been experimented on, it was the fact that they were still alive, or at least something resembling life. Sarah's voice broke through the silence. What kind of monsters would do this to people? Her eyes were wide with horror as she stepped closer to the chart, her fingers trembling as they hovered just above the paper. The more they uncovered, the clearer it became that this hospital had been a place of unspeakable horrors, a place where lives had been manipulated, twisted, and destroyed. Max tried to push the dark thoughts from his mind. We can't focus on that right now. We need to keep moving. But even as he spoke, he felt a deep unease settle in his chest. Something about this room felt wrong, like the very air was saturated with the suffering that had taken place here. Every breath felt like a violation, as if the room itself were holding them hostage. As they moved deeper into the room, the shadows seemed to stretch out, reaching for them like fingers from the past. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a soft noise, a low, almost imperceptible whimper. It sounded like a voice, muffled, coming from somewhere within the room. Max froze, his heart pounding in his chest. He turned toward the others, but none of them had heard it. They were all too busy inspecting the surgical tools, the charts, the remnants of this hellish place. Did anyone else hear that? Max asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Nina shook her head, but Sarah's eyes narrowed. I heard it, she said quietly. It was a voice, a faint voice, like someone crying out. The group fell silent, the weight of the room pressing in on them. It wasn't just the physical decay that was unsettling, it was the sense that something was still here. Something that had never left, lingering in the corners of the room, feeding off the pain and suffering that had occurred within these walls. Max took a step forward, his flashlight sweeping over the tables once more. As he did, his light caught something strange, a shadow, darker than the rest, moving across the floor. It wasn't a trick of the light. This shadow had substance. It was alive. The moment his light touched it, the shadow recoiled, disappearing into the darkness behind an operating table. Max gasped, his heart racing. Did you see that? He asked, his voice rising with panic. The others, looking just as frightened, could only nod in silent horror. The shadow hadn't been a trick. It had been something else, something that belonged to the hospital. Something that was tied to the experiments that had gone wrong. Get out, Jake whispered, his voice trembling. Let's get out of here. Now. But as they turned to leave, the door slammed shut with a deafening bang, trapping them inside. The sound reverberated through the room, sending them into a panic. The temperature in the room plummeted, and the air grew thick with a presence that was almost suffocating. It was no longer just a feeling, it was real. They were not alone. The door to the sealed room loomed before them, its heavy wood warped with age. The markings on it were unlike anything they had seen so far, strange symbols, intricate and unsettling, carved deep into the surface. It almost felt as if the door itself was alive, pulsating with a dark energy that made their blood run cold. Max felt a chill sweep through him, his fingers hovering over the handle. Every instinct screamed at him to turn back, to leave this place before it was too late, but something compelled him forward. Curiosity, or maybe something darker, was driving him to open it. Sarah, standing beside him, placed a hand on his arm. Max, we don't have to do this. Whatever is in there, it's not worth it, she said, her voice thick with fear. She had been uneasy ever since they entered the hospital, but now, with this room looming ahead, her anxiety was palpable. It wasn't just the atmosphere. It was something about the room itself that felt dangerous, like it was meant to stay closed, buried forever. But Max didn't answer. Instead, he stepped forward and twisted the handle. It groaned in protest, the metal scraping against rust and age. When the door finally opened, a musty, stale odor rushed out, the air inside thick and suffocating. It was like a forgotten tomb, untouched by time but soaked in darkness. As the door creaked open wider, their flashlights flickered, casting erratic beams of light across the room. They could see little at first, only shadows and outlines of objects half hidden by the darkness. Max stepped inside, leading the way as his beam illuminated more of the room. The walls were covered in peeling wallpaper, and the floor was littered with broken glass and debris. But it was the objects in the room that made their skin crawl. The furniture, all old and rotting, seemed to be arranged in a deliberate pattern, as if someone had left them here with purpose. The air was thick with an unnatural coldness, a presence that seemed to press in from every corner. The group hesitated, unsure of what they might find. In the far corner of the room, there was a large, dust-covered cabinet. It stood out against the other decaying furniture, almost too pristine in comparison. The door was slightly ajar, and Max, unable to resist, walked over to open it. As he pulled it wide, the hinges screeched loudly, making everyone jump. Inside, the cabinet was filled with rows of old files and journals, their pages yellowed with age, their spines cracked from neglect. There was a thick layer of dust on everything, but what caught Max's eye was the journal on top. Its leather cover was unusually smooth, untouched by the rot that had claimed everything else in the room. He grabbed the journal, wiping away the dust, and opened it to the first page. The handwriting was careful, methodical. Subject 723, the final experiment, it began, sending a shiver down his spine. As he scanned the page, the words began to blur together, but the one thing that stood out was the chilling final note: subject to be sealed within the chamber until further notice. Procedure has failed. The creature remains uncontained. Max froze. The air seemed to grow even colder, and the room, once silent, now felt alive, as though it were waiting for something. Sarah, standing behind him, gasped, "Max, what are you reading? What does it mean?" Before he could answer, a low, guttural growl echoed from the far corner of the room. It wasn't human. It wasn't anything they had heard before. The sound reverberated through their bones, filling the room with a deep, unsettling vibration. The growl was followed by a scraping noise, like something heavy being dragged across the floor, and then a loud bang, something large slamming against the walls, causing the entire room to tremble. Max's heart raced as he dropped the journal, his flashlight swinging wildly in his hand. The others had heard it too. They were not alone. Something was in the room with them. The growl came again, closer this time, and a shadow shifted just beyond the reach of their lights. It was massive, distorted, its outline too large to comprehend. The air seemed to thicken, the temperature plummeting as if the room itself had come alive with a violent presence. "Get out," Nina whispered, her voice barely audible as she grabbed Sarah's arm. But the door slammed shut with a force that nearly knocked them off their feet. The room was locked, sealed. They were trapped. Panic set in as Max desperately turned the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The shadow moved again, its shape now more discernible, a hulking, twisted figure that seemed to shift in and out of existence, its eyes glowing with a terrifying hunger. The growl turned into a low, throaty hiss as the figure stepped forward, its form becoming more tangible. It was humanoid, but its proportions were wrong: elongated arms, jagged limbs, and skin that looked like it was made from something other than flesh. Its mouth was wide, too wide, filled with rows of sharp, gleaming teeth. It was a creature, no longer human, and it was hungry. Max's mind raced, but there was no time for a plan. The thing was upon them. Its grotesque hands shot out, grabbing Nina by the arm with a sickening crunch. She screamed, her body convulsing as it was pulled toward the creature. The others fought to pull her back, but it was no use. The creature's strength was overwhelming, its grip unyielding. "Help!" Nina screamed, her voice breaking as the creature's mouth opened wide, preparing to consume her. Max could barely think, the terror clouding his mind. But then, in the chaos, something inside him snapped. He grabbed the nearest object, a rusted metal pipe, and swung it at the creature. It made contact, but the creature barely flinched. Suddenly, there was a sharp, deafening noise, a crack, as if the walls of the room were splitting apart. The creature recoiled, releasing Nina, and with a final guttural roar, it vanished into the shadows, leaving nothing but the lingering sense of its malevolent presence. The door, which had been locked moments before, now stood ajar, as if offering an escape. The air was still thick with the remnants of their narrow escape. The door that had once been sealed now hung open, offering a way out, yet the group found themselves lingering, hesitant to leave and yet unable to move forward. They had seen enough, or at least they thought they had. But something deep inside Max pushed him onward, urging him to uncover more. It wasn't just the fear anymore, it was the need to understand. What had happened here? What kind of horrors had been allowed to take place? "I think we need to find out what's going on," Max said, his voice hoarse. The others exchanged uneasy glances but nodded, unwilling to back down now that they were this far. They had already uncovered so much, but they couldn't leave without knowing the full truth. They had to know what they were dealing with. It was the only way to escape, to survive. They ventured down a narrow hallway that seemed to stretch on forever. The walls here were different, covered in layers of grime, the signs of age more apparent than anywhere else in the building. The floor was uneven, littered with old papers, remnants of something long forgotten. But as they walked, Max's flashlight illuminated something that caught his attention, a door, slightly ajar, hidden behind a crumbling tapestry. It didn't seem to belong in this part of the hospital. It was out of place, too clean, too deliberate. "Over here," Max whispered, pushing the door open with a creak. The room beyond was dimly lit by a flickering bulb, its weak light casting a ghostly glow over the stacks of file cabinets and scattered papers. This was no ordinary storage room. The walls were lined with meticulously organized files, each marked with a number rather than a name. As they stepped further into the room, the weight of the air pressed down on them. The room felt heavy, as though it had been sealed away for a reason. Max moved forward, his eyes scanning the rows of documents. The papers were brittle with age, yellowed with time, but they were legible. He grabbed one from the nearest stack, pulling it free with a soft rustling sound. The first words he read made his blood run cold. Subject 421 failure. Terminated. Reanimation attempt unsuccessful. Proceed with the next phase. The words were clinical, detached, as if describing something as mundane as a routine procedure. But the implications were horrifying. "This is it," Max muttered under his breath. "This is where they kept the records." He flipped through the files, one after another, each one more disturbing than the last. Each patient, each failed experiment, detailed in chilling precision. The more he read, the more the room seemed to close in on him, the air thick with the weight of the secrets it held. Nina moved closer, her eyes scanning over his shoulder. "What is all this? These aren't medical records, they're experiments. They were doing something to these people." She could barely get the words out, her voice shaking as she spoke. There was no humanity in the records, no empathy, just cold, scientific notes on what could only be described as inhuman experiments. One document in particular caught Max's eye. It was more detailed than the others, its language dark and cryptic. "The subject has been partially reanimated. However, The results are unstable. Aggression has increased, but cognitive function remains absent. The patient shows signs of extreme psychological trauma. It is likely that the procedure has caused irreversible damage. The words blurred together as he read, his hands trembling. Reanimated. The term sent a wave of nausea through him. They hadn't just been experimenting on the patients, they had been trying to bring them back. Or worse, create something new. "I don't think we're dealing with ghosts anymore," Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper. Her eyes were wide with shock, as though the very idea of what they were reading was too much to process. She stepped away from the files, a shiver running down her spine. These people weren't just experimented on, they were turned into something else. Something worse. Jake stepped forward, his face pale as he read over Max's shoulder. What kind of people were they to do this to anyone? What kind of sick mind can create this? His voice trembled with a mix of disbelief and anger. He had seen his share of abandoned places, but it was something else entirely. Max's mind raced as he absorbed the full weight of what they had uncovered. The hospital hadn't just been a place of medical care. It had been a factory for horrors, a place where human lives were manipulated, twisted, and destroyed. And worse still, those who had been subjected to these experiments weren't all dead. Not by a long shot. Some had been reanimated, turned into something monstrous, something that had been kept hidden from the world. The realization hit him hard. They weren't dealing with just a haunted building. They were dealing with a legacy of madness, an ongoing cycle of experimentation, reanimation, and corruption that had never stopped. "We need to leave," Max said, his voice rising. "Now." But just as they turned to leave, the room seemed to shift. The temperature plummeted, the air growing thick with something darker. A low, guttural sound reverberated from somewhere in the shadows. It was the unmistakable sound of something moving slowly, deliberately. They weren't alone in the room anymore. Max grabbed Nina's hand, pulling her toward the door, but the air around them seemed to grow heavier, pressing in from all sides. The door slammed shut with a deafening crash, trapping them inside. The room was no longer just a storage space for records. It was a tomb, and whatever was in the shadows was coming for them. The air in the room turned cold as their flashlights flickered, casting erratic shadows on the walls. Max's heart raced in his chest as he turned to the others, his mind struggling to process what was happening. The oppressive weight of the atmosphere had intensified, and the eerie sound of footsteps echoed from the shadows, growing louder, closer. Whatever was in the room with them wasn't hiding anymore. It was coming for them. Jake's hand shook as he gripped his flashlight tighter. "What the hell is that?" he whispered, his voice strained. They could hear it now, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, dragging across the floor. It was as if someone or something was walking towards them, its weight shifting with each step. But when they turned to look, there was nothing. Just the flickering lights and the suffocating darkness pressing in from every side. Max's eyes darted around the room, trying to make sense of the shadows that seemed to shift and distort with every passing second. "We need to get out of here. Now," he said, his voice tense. But as he reached for the door, it slammed shut with a deafening bang, trapping them inside. The group recoiled in shock, and for a moment, no one spoke. They were trapped, and the reality of that hit them like a wave. And then, as though the room itself had come alive, the air thickened with a low, rumbling laugh. It echoed from every corner, reverberating off the walls in an unnatural, mocking tone. The laughter wasn't just unsettling, it was maddening. It was as if the very walls of the room were laughing at them, toying with them like prey. Max spun around, trying to find the source, but the laughter seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. "Who's there?" Nina shouted, her voice trembling. Her eyes were wide with fear, her grip on her flashlight so tight her knuckles were white. "Show yourself." The room fell silent. For a long, agonizing moment, there was nothing but the sound of their breathing, shallow and panicked. But then the temperature dropped even further, so cold that Max could see his breath fogging in the air. His heart pounded in his chest as the shadows in the corners of the room began to coalesce, forming into something more tangible, more real. Out of the darkness stepped a figure, a man, tall and imposing, dressed in a long, blood-stained lab coat. His face was pale, his features sharp and twisted, as though time itself had bent his body into something unrecognizable. His eyes gleamed with a sickening, unholy light, and his mouth curled into a twisted smile. It was as if the room itself had birthed him from the very air, a dark presence forged by the hospital's terrible past. "You shouldn't have come here," the man said, his voice low and dripping with malice. His tone was calm, eerily so, as though he were speaking to old friends rather than terrified strangers. "This place, it never lets go. It pulls you in, holds you tight, and it never lets you leave." Max's breath caught in his throat. He knew instinctively that this was no ordinary man, this was something far worse. A spirit, perhaps, or something worse than that. It was the source of the darkness that had plagued the hospital, the very reason it had remained abandoned for so long. This was the doctor, the one responsible for the horrors they had uncovered in the archives. The doctor stepped forward, his eyes locked onto Max with an unsettling intensity. "I see you found my work," he continued, his smile widening. "It's taken years of research, of sacrifice, but it's all coming together. The experiments, the reanimation, it's all part of a grand design." His voice dripped with a twisted pride, as though he saw his actions as a necessary evolution, not the monstrosities they truly were. Nina took a step back, her fear turning to rage. You did this? You turned people into things?" she shouted, her voice shaking with disgust. "You experimented on them like they were nothing, just lab rats." The doctor's smile faltered for a moment, and his eyes flashed with something dark and cold. "They were subjects, not people. They were tools to further my understanding of life and death." His voice was calm, unshaken, as if he had justified everything in his mind long ago. "Death is a disease, and I was the cure. My work was always meant to transcend the boundaries of human existence." Max stepped forward, his fists clenched, adrenaline pumping through his veins. "You're sick," he spat. "What you did here was pure evil." The doctor's smile returned, even more twisted than before. "Evil? No, I was ahead of my time. You should be thanking me. Without me, there would be no understanding of life after death, no way to cure what ails the soul. But you're too late. I've already won." Max felt his stomach twist with disgust as the doctor's form began to ripple, as though the very essence of him was dissolving into the air. "You're wrong," Max said, his voice steady despite the terror gripping his chest. "We're getting out of here, and you won't stop us." The doctor's form flickered, then vanished into the darkness, leaving only the echo of his chilling laughter behind. The air was thick with his presence, and Max could feel the weight of the moment. The doctor was gone, but the room still felt like it was closing in on them. The shadows seemed deeper now, more oppressive, and the sense of dread was suffocating. The room fell into an eerie silence after the doctor's figure disappeared. His voice, his presence, still lingered in the air, heavy and oppressive. Max's heart was racing, his mind still reeling from the encounter. He had never believed in ghosts, in spirits, or in anything supernatural, but now, standing in the heart of the hospital, he couldn't deny what had just happened. They were not alone. not by any stretch of the imagination. And whatever it was that haunted this place, it was powerful. It wanted them gone, and it would stop at nothing to ensure they never left. "We need to get out," Max said, his voice strained. His mind was screaming at him to run, to escape while they still could. The door that had trapped them earlier now stood wide open, but there was no sense of safety in it. In fact, the doorway seemed to lead only into more darkness, more unknown horrors. The air itself felt wrong, as though the hospital had become a living entity, closing in on them from every direction. Mina took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves. "Let's go. The longer we stay, the worse it's going to get. We don't have much time." Her voice was trembling, but there was a determination in it, a willingness to push forward, no matter the cost. They had come this far, they couldn't give up now. Jake was already moving toward the door, his flashlight sweeping back and forth as he looked for a way out. But as he reached the threshold, the lights above them flickered once more, and the temperature dropped even further. The cold seeped into their bones, making every breath feel like ice. Max could hear the faint scraping noise again, that low, dragging sound from deeper within the hospital. It was the unmistakable sound of something coming toward them. "This way!" Max shouted, his voice sharp with panic. They had to move quickly. He led the group through the hallway, his heart pounding in his chest as he tried to ignore the growing sense of dread in the pit of his stomach. The hospital seemed alive, its walls stretching and shifting as though trying to confine them. Every step they took felt like it was pulling them deeper into the heart of the nightmare, and every shadow seemed to watch them, waiting for them to make a mistake. They passed room after room, each one more decayed and desolate than the last. The faint whispers of long-dead voices seemed to fill the air, echoing off the walls, making it impossible to discern whether they were real or just a product of their terrified minds. Max's flashlight swept over the walls, casting brief flashes of light across old medical charts, rusted surgical instruments, and abandoned patient beds. It was as if they were walking through a cemetery, each room a tomb for the souls lost to the hospital's horrors. And then, just as they rounded a corner, the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed behind them. Slow, deliberate, almost like someone or something was trailing them. The group froze, fear gripping them in an iron vice. Max whipped around, his flashlight flicking across the hallway, but there was nothing. Just the empty, decaying walls of the hospital. "Did you hear that?" Sarah's voice trembled, barely above a whisper. Her eyes darted back and forth, searching for any sign of what had made the noise. "Move," Max said, his voice shaking but resolute. "Keep moving. We're almost there." But even as he said the words, doubt gnawed at him. How could they be almost there, when every turn felt like it led them deeper into hell? They reached the elevator shaft, but the lift itself was a wreck, rusted and broken, its doors hanging open. Max cursed under his breath, realizing they couldn't use it to escape. The stairs were their only option. But as they turned to head toward the stairwell, the sound of something heavy slamming into the wall behind them made them all jump. The air grew thick with tension, and the shadows at the end of the hallway seemed to grow larger, darker, as though they were being pursued by something that was not entirely human. "We need to go," Jake yelled, sprinting toward the stairwell door. But as he reached for the handle, it slammed shut with a violent force, as if some unseen hand had caught it from the other side. Max ran up to him, his heart racing, and tried the door, but it wouldn't budge. The hospital was locking them in, trapping them with something far worse than just ghosts. "What is happening?" Sarah cried, backing away from the door. "It's like the place doesn't want us to leave." Max turned to the others, his eyes wild with panic. "There has to be another way. We're not staying here. We can't." "We have to get out." But the words felt hollow in his throat. The walls were closing in on them, and every passing second felt like it could be their last. In that moment, they heard it, the low, guttural growl. It came from behind them, and this time it was closer. The temperature dropped again, a freezing wind blowing through the hallway as the growl turned into a hiss. Max turned to face the sound, his flashlight trembling in his hand. And then, out of the shadows, it emerged. The creature was massive, its body a grotesque mockery of humanity, twisted and malformed. It had the features of a man, but its limbs were too long, too jagged, and its eyes, those hollow, glowing eyes, burned with a feral hunger. It stepped forward, its claws scraping against the floor as it moved toward them, its mouth gaping wide, filled with rows of sharp teeth. "Run!" Max shouted, his voice raw with terror. Without thinking, they all turned and ran in the opposite direction, pushing past each other in a frantic scramble for escape. They could hear the creature's footsteps behind them, the sound of its growl vibrating through the air. The hospital was alive. It was alive with the hunger of something that wanted them to stay, wanted them to become part of its twisted history. Years passed since the night they had barely escaped the hospital. The memories lingered in Max's mind like a constant, oppressive weight. He had tried to move on, to forget the horrors they had encountered in the hospital, but every time he closed his eyes, he saw those shadowy figures, the growl that echoed through the halls, the doctor's twisted smile. The terror had never truly left him, and it had left them all scarred in ways they couldn't shake. But for Max, the hardest part was that one question: what had happened to Sarah? She had been with them when they made it out, but something had gone horribly wrong before the final escape. As they fled, Sarah had been grabbed by the creature. Her scream, echoing in his ears, had been the last thing Max remembered hearing as he pulled Nina and Jake through the door. Sarah had never made it out. The others didn't know if she had survived, but Max never stopped blaming himself for leaving her behind. And now, years later, the nightmare called him back. Max's mind had been made up. He had to go back. The others had their lives, their families, their peace, but Max couldn't move forward without confronting the past. He couldn't live with the guilt, with the haunting images of Sarah's face before she was taken. The others had all tried to discourage him, warning him of the dangers, but he couldn't stay away any longer. He would return to the hospital, no matter what it took, and he would find Sarah no matter what he had to face to do it. The air felt thick with unease as Max stood in front of the crumbling entrance of the hospital. It looked almost the same, as though time had forgotten it, just as it had forgotten all the horrors that took place inside. The iron gate had rusted even further, vines creeping up the sides, but the building itself stood, silent and waiting. Max's hand trembled as he reached for the door, the same door that had once trapped them all inside. But now, there was no fear in his heart, only determination. As he stepped inside, the familiar smell of decay, mildew, and something far more unsettling filled his nostrils. The hospital had not changed. It was still alive, its walls whispering with memories of pain, of suffering, of unspeakable things. Every step Max took seemed to echo through the empty halls, and yet the silence felt like it was pressing in on him, suffocating him. The building had become more than just a place. It had become a living entity, a presence that he could feel watching him with every movement. Max had come prepared this time. Armed with a flashlight and a camera, he moved with purpose, retracing the path they had taken so long ago. He was no longer the terrified young man who had fled that night. He was older, wiser, and ready to face whatever horrors awaited him. But as he walked deeper into the building, the air around him began to thicken again, a coldness settling over the hospital, as if the very walls were trying to swallow him whole. It didn't take long for the feeling to return, the same sensation that had plagued him all those years ago, the feeling that he was not alone, that something was watching him. His flashlight flickered, casting unsettling shadows across the walls. And then, just as he passed the hallway where they had first seen the doctor's figure, a soft, familiar voice echoed from the shadows. "Max!" His heart stopped. The voice was unmistakable. It was Sarah's, but it was distorted, warped, as though it was being dragged through layers of suffering. Max's breath caught in his throat. He turned quickly, flashing his light in every direction, but the hallway was empty. His pulse quickened, and he took a step forward, following the voice, despite the warning that screamed in his mind to turn back. "Sarah?" he called, his voice trembling with a mixture of hope and fear. "Sarah, is that you?" The silence that followed was deafening, and then, from the darkness ahead, the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, like someone walking through thick, wet ground, began to echo through the halls. Max's flashlight flickered again, and the temperature seemed to drop, sending a cold shiver down his spine. He could feel it now, the unmistakable presence of something dark and malevolent. The hospital was awake again, alive with the same twisted energy that had consumed it before. Max moved forward, cautiously, every nerve in his body screaming for him to run, but he couldn't stop. He had to find her. He had to know what had happened to Sarah. As he rounded a corner, he saw it there, in the distance, a figure standing in the doorway of the old operating room. The figure was tall, its face obscured by shadows, but Max could tell that it was not human. Not anymore. It was the doctor, the twisted soul who had haunted him all these years. "Max!" The voice again, but now it was clear, the distortion gone. It was Sarah, but she was not the same. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with terror, and there was something wrong with her, something that didn't belong. She stepped forward, her movements jerky and unnatural. Her mouth opened to speak again, but instead of words, a low, guttural growl emerged from her throat. Max's heart shattered as he realized the truth. Sarah was gone. The hospital had claimed her, just as it had claimed so many others. She had become part of the darkness that now roamed the halls. And now it was too late for her, but not for him. With a final heart-wrenching glance at the twisted figure before him, Max turned and ran. His footsteps echoed through the hallways as the laughter of the doctor followed him, growing louder, more insistent. He had come back to free someone who was already lost, but now he knew that the hospital would never release its prisoners. The only way out was to leave it behind and never...